Hello. It is time to see debug. Right. There's one thing I want to change kind of right away. It's this two things. Okay, let me first of all, I think I sent everything. I don't think I have anything sitting here right now. Cool. I want this printer to oh man. I want this printer to log without tags and do the game time as its own color thing. I don't think there's any way to... Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I don't think there's any way to get rid of matrix. I don't think there's any way to get rid of tags that's like officially supported. Ideally, I would search through everything between brackets like this and remove it. The problem is that's actually how I want time to be printed. I want it to be between brackets like this. So I can't just simply say, all right, regex everything in brackets and delete it. I can't do that. What I would ideally do is run through I guess all the rich text effects and check if the content in between parses as that. And if it doesn't, then I leave it. And if it does parse, then I remove it. I mean, the thing is, here's the funny thing, right? This is already in the engine. It has to be. Because Godot has to know when a tag parses, and Godot has to delete the tags when they parse. Godot has to do that. So maybe this is already kind of in the engine in a way. And maybe I can find it and just say return the value. Because it may already exist. It may already be cached. So let me go to rich text. Here. Honestly, like I'm actually literally just hoping that they just store it as a value. This might also be a constructor thing. Okay, yeah, so they construct from a string text. Like I said, somewhere in the code, it has to know what's text and what's not text. So text is used, this p text here, highlight all. It's in the set text method. Set text. text is equal to that. And that's all it does. So, all right. Letters. I mean, somehow it's got to do something, right? There's like a process or something. All right, I'm just going to scroll through, I guess, until I find it. Somewhere in here, they gotta run through the whole text thing. I mean, I'm sure that if I do this is, yeah, 1,000 matches. Yeah, I mean, that's just never gonna happen. Actually, that was a match case. 500 matches, okay. Only 500 matches. There's an update, I don't know, something. These are all definitely like utility functions. Somewhere has to be the entry. Maybe notification. Let me go to notification. Notification. Accessibility updates. The tree, exit tree. Physics process. Queue, redraw, draw. Okay, so it's got to do literally everything in here. It has to do literally everything. Draw a loading progress bar. Set physics process internal false. Disable auto refresh if text is fully processed. Draw main text. Internal process. Update FX. Main and delta time. Main? What is main? What is main? Item. It is main. I don't think there's anything in here. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it looks like they run this in physics process. Well, sorry, in draw. Validate line caches. If updating load, return false. Mutexes. Validating store true. V scroll. You know what, I bet I can just do like a search for this letter. Guess not exactly. Because somewhere this character has to exist, right? I can't look at all these. Oh, here we go. Append text. It actually scans. Okay. Find the next one. If it's -1, which means there was none, then we set that to the length. So basically read everything up to this character, which could be 0. So text could be empty. If text is empty and after list open tag, list open, list close. Find unquoted. Is -1, we didn't find it. So now we have tag. Split unquoted. Okay. Tag block. Is everything between the brackets? You do have this add text here. Options, okay, I get it. Keys and values. Main parameter. This is the very first thing, so like color or font or something like that. If tag begins with that, it's a close. And we have something on the stack. If it was a B, we're done with bold. If the last one was an I, we're done with italics. Ordered, unordered list. I'm seeing this add text appear a lot. And it looks like it's just adding everything. So add text is definitely used for plain text. Oh. Left bracket. Okay, so we don't escape it, which is kind of tough. That kind of sucks. Yeah, because this is doing add text in the parsing, so it's not the same. Actually, I guess I could do this. If there's letters inside of the... No, because it's not the same. This would literally have to be something supported in here. That is like a non-parsed version of it. And I don't want to escape it. If you type valid tags, I just want to strip them. Like, it's really that simple. This append text is a crazy function too. I want to see what they do for... Yeah, font. Push font. Tag stack, push font. Yeah, let me go to add text. Do they have a forward slash? Like if I type a forward slash, like that, are they gonna escape that? They get new line printed everywhere. Wow. How am I even supposed to escape these? Alright, here's what I got. They did have this. I noticed this. Okay. I'll try to get there. They have tag left bracket and tag right bracket. So here's what I think. I think I run some escaping here. So let me put this in global world and I'll call it like escape text. Escape BB code or something like that. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for everywhere that has... I'm going to replace all the left brackets with bracket LB, right? Okay. Alright, 1 second, the dog's barking like crazy. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. To escape, tag some text. It just replaces those two characters with LB and RB. And that should be it. Should be all I have to do. Honestly, since this is string processing, and since I might be doing it a lot, I think I'm actually just going to throw this into the engine. Yeah. Could I actually use... okay. I could use regex. I'm not going to. There's no need for regex. That's like bringing a jackhammer to hammer a nail. So, I'm not going to use regex. I literally just want a static method here on rich text label. That will literally just escape it for me. That's all I want. How do I add a static method? There are examples. Sometimes you have create methods. I'm trying to think of a create method. There is a create method in like raycast query. I don't remember the name of it. Enter, please. I don't want that. Physics, ray, query, parameters, 3D. Oh, there we go. So, okay, so here's the static create method. So I guess I'm just looking for bind methods. There we go. Bind static method, the name of the class, method, create, name of all the parameters, and then the reference to the function, and then any default values. Okay. So I just do class db bind static method, and that's all I have to do. All right. So let's go to rich text label. Go to the header first. And I literally just want to add a static method in the public section. Jeez. Here's the public section. I want to do maybe I should look again just to be sure that there's there's definitely not. I mean, they say that you can't, you have to do it yourself. They don't have anything that's like a get plain text, which they really should have. They don't. Red. No. No. Pull it down. What? Pull it down. Pull it down. Go on. Pull it down. Okay, why do they have parse and set text? What does that mean? They do have get text, but I'm positive that just returns the value that you set. Yeah, what is this? Curious. Just curious. Red. No. 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 Stop it. Stop it. I have my door slightly open, but I know as soon as he goes out there, he's just gonna go bark at something. Lay down. Alright, he might need to go out. I'll be right back. I'm back. There's so much stuff here. Wait a second. Get parsed text. What does that mean? Returns a text without BB code markup? Excuse me? What now? They actually have that? Well, why do they not list that in their, why don't they mention that? Get parsed text. Iterator. If iterator type is drop caps text. Type is item text. What are we iterating? Main. If it's a new line, add a new line. If it's an image, add an image or a space. If it's an indent, add a tab. So there's get parsed text. There's another thing that said there's something else. Okay, I do still have to escape it, but this is helpful. That's actually nice. Yeah, I want to look at this parse. Or get text. Is it get text? It's probably just text. Right there, bound to the parameters. This only affects the contents of text, not the tag stack. The label's text in BB code format. If BB code enabled is true, also erase. Well, what does get text do? Unless you absolutely need to close a tag that was opened in an earlier method call. Yeah. Okay. So parsed text returns plain text. Yeah, like I said, ideally what I would do is... Okay. For now, I just want to escape stuff. I was checking just to see if they had that. I still have to do this because I still have a requirement here that if someone types something in, I don't want it to format. I don't want it to attempt a format. I would still like it to be possible to format stuff. Maybe I have like allowed tags or something. Or just some special character you type in first that just disables escapes. I don't know. Or I could invent my own formatting thing and replace these special random, whatever I choose formatting tags with. BB code, bulletin board code. Yeah, for now I just want to replace left and right brackets with LB and RB. And then I would use get parsed text to strip the tags. Right, so that's the goal. First one, escaping it, so when I print it, it prints whatever I type. Second one is stripping it, so if I do send tags, I can pull those tags out for just plain console text logging. That's why I want that one. So definitely a way that I have to use this is a bit dumb. I have to call, I think, append text. Append text runs everything right away, right? Or I guess I could use parse code. Maybe that's the intentional way of forcing it to instantly update. Let me check. The assignment version of append text clears the tag stack and inserts the new content. Sweet. So we pause clear and then append text. And I already looked at this. Append text literally just does everything. It literally just does everything. And at the end of it, it's done. So what I can use here, escape code and price strip code. How would I do this? Okay. Yeah, first of all, let me make this a method on here in C++ because that's going to be really, really nice to have. And it's just going to be a static. Put it up here at the top. Static string. Escape code const string text static. Do I have to write static as const ever? Hey Yulia, I don't think I actually have to do that. I think that's fine. I guess let me do this above get parse text. You're a human, you should be ashamed of that. What now? Get parse text. This isn't actually... What do they order like this? Do I have any static methods here? Okay, find unquoted, split unquoted. Alright, so let me do it, I guess above those. Find unquoted. Did I say above or below? Let's do it right here. This dog is fighting a fly. I'm making rage bait chats for Owen to find tonight. Okay. Crazy. Crazy messages. I can just hear the dog just like smacking his jaws shut every few seconds, trying to bite this fly or whatever he's doing. Escape code. So literally all I want to do is I want to go through every single one of these and just drop, not drop. How to do this? I guess I can say result. And then, dude, why don't I know how strings work? That was so loud. Why does a fly sit next to him? Why do they do that? There's like a whole house this fly could be in, and he just wants to sit right next to this dog that's like at any moment going to just eat it. Why? Godot wrote a better pathfinding system than you. Like, why is it doing that? Why does the fly do that? Like, it's literally just coming straight back to land next to him. Crazy. Okay. How do strings work? How do I do this? How do we do this? How do we do this? I don't trust it. I don't trust that they just wrote something normal. I never trust. There is... Okay, so there's a function that I know. What was it? Get parse text. String text plus equals. Incredible. How do I iterate a string? Append text iterates a string. While pause is less than that. How do I read a letter? It wants to lay eggs on him. Maybe it would... Does it want to like... Okay, okay, that's it. For int... Can I... Okay, can I pre-size the string? I mean, I would literally just love to... Okay. Does Godot have a string builder? I guess the string is the string builder. String builder. Heck yeah. Okay. I want to use the string builder. plus equals, and then we have as string. Excellent. Excellent. All right, give me the string builder. I'm trusting that string builder is implemented well. I mean, I could literally go look. The as string method is the really important one. Resize. Awesome. That's what I want to see. And then string is just modified. Mem copies. Buffer. Okay, we get a direct writer. Nice. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. So, string builder. I do need to get a character in individual code points. I guess what I would really do is I do like they do, where I keep searching forward until I find a bracket. If it's not a bracket, I can add the whole thing. If it is a bracket, I gotta add an individual piece. So yeah, well, position is less than length. Okay. And technically, I only have to escape the left brackets, right? Looking for append text, find car from position. Awesome. If next bracket is less than 0, then the rest of the text is going to be all of it. Append, everything between I need a new tab. I miss Dan. I'm only here for Dan. Are you? And text. And then we set a break position, substring position, comma break, and that really? Why would they do that? Why would you ever implement substring like that? That actually just upsets me. That genuinely just makes me upset. Genuinely makes me upset. Is uString the actual string? I hang out way too much on the dev tag to the point that I realized most of you actually know each other. Now you're part of that now. Wow. Where is string? There it is. Please tell me substring is not actually an initial position and a length. Please tell me they didn't do that. They did do that. I saw the function call. I know that's what they did. Why am I scrolling when I could just type? Awful. Stupid. Because the funny thing is, they do that because they think, oh, this is nice. But really what this means is every time you call this method, 9 times out of 10, you're actually just passing in a computation. You're passing in some value, some target position minus from. And then what this does is it recreates that ending point to be from plus pcars. Like, I know that's exactly what it does. I know that's literally what it does. Like, I'm gonna go find substring, and it's going to compute an ending point. Oh look, it's adding the two numbers together. Copy from unchecked. Okay, I guess it does pass length, but that's just annoying. Whatever. Append everything from substring at current position to len minus pause. Break. Otherwise, we have a bracket. So I will result append text everything up to that point from position to next bracket is on that mark. So if position is 5 and next bracket is 6, I would say append position 1 character. Okay. Time to debug another function? Nope. Just complaining. Literally just complaining. They did something kind of crazy. Because they literally have like 2 additional subtractions that can just be taken away. They have a subtraction, an add, and a second add that they can take away. If they just passed the start and the end point instead of the start and a length. Okay, so I append all of that, and we'll do result. Append this sequence. And do position plus equals. Let me do this. Then with characters you wrote, add 1. So we skip over that left bracket. So position is 5. and we added one letter up to the bracket, which was at 6, I'd add position +1, and then +1 more to skip over the bracket. And hopefully I wrote that all correct and it's not crazy. All right. Now for the bind methods. Bind static method, I pass the name of the class that I'm in. And then I would do D method with the name and then parameters. Apparently I scrolled or something. Okay. And then the reference. Cool. Okay. Now it's in there. And I just wanted to write that there because this is string processing and this code is at least probably like 100 times faster when it's written in C and compiled. Than anything I could write in Python. Rhett, you'd be nice. Okay, be nice. That was funny. And he's not being nice. I told him. Yeah, okay, 1 second. I'm back. Okay, escape code. Basically, yeah, just run through, find the next bracket. If there is none, we add the rest of the string and break. Otherwise, we starting at our current position up to that character. So this could be 0. So what if cars is 0? Okay, so if characters is 0, I probably actually need to check that. Because yeah, I don't want to have like a random append in the middle, so. That I don't need. This dog, I don't know what his issue is. There's nothing out there. He's just barking. 1 second. I gotta lock him in here now. I'm back. Alright, so yeah, only if we actually have text. So this could be like, essentially this is just the first character, really, right? If the first character is left bracket, then oh, there could be 2 brackets in a row. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for then. 2 brackets in a row would do this. So this is unlikely, but this is at least replacing like a whole function, doing all this crap with a check here, right? Assuming a compiler doesn't know that if characters is 0, then it doesn't have to do any of this. I'm assuming it doesn't know that. So I'm just having to check here. Okay. If we actually have characters, do that, and then append this, and then skip over that. Did you say how to write it? I didn't talk. Wait, did I? I don't remember. I think I did, but I was like, I joined a call and then I walked away and I came back and then he was gone. So I didn't get a chance. How dare you not ask about your friend? What did I do last night after I stopped? After I stopped streaming? I think I finished watching some video that I started in the morning. And then I got dinner, and that's when I joined, and then he was gone when I came back. And then I guess I went to bed after that. That's weird. I feel like what did I didn't play any games. I don't remember any videos that I watched besides like the one video that I started in the morning and then finished. I would remember telling someone hi if someone asked. I don't know. Now it feels kind of weird that I don't remember, because there was, that's like 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours that I can't remember well what I did. All right, probably best not to think about that. That probably happens all the time, and I'm just like becoming aware of the time that it has happened. So, all right, that looks good. I think we get the length. I'm just gonna assume that dot length is the method I was looking for. Length, cool. What was that video? If you want to watch it, I think it's a good video. It's from Wi-Fi's or Wi-Fi's, or I don't know how you pronounce it. Whoops, I backspaced too much. I'm deleting the tracking data. There you go. That's what I watched. It's really cool. Really good video. It's basically an edit of like an hour long, I guess more like 2 hours of footage. Like just plain gameplay. But it was put like a bunch of music over it. It was really good. Really good video. I've always been interested in making an ARG type thing. I think it'd be really cool. I think it is really cool. Mostly like codes. Brain is hard to remember when routine is too similar. I mean, I guess it just means I didn't watch anything worthwhile. I was definitely watching videos on YouTube. I just don't remember what. I always try to watch like really educational stuff. Try to always be learning something. Okay. Run build. Save this. Essentially what I will do is probably just like literally return rich text label. Pretty much just do that. Quit. Okay, holy crap, I'm hooked just by the title. I don't know how I found him, but am I gonna be on the right account? I definitely found this guy when he was not a million subs. But what did I watch? Can I remember what I watched? Just while that compiles in the background. It was probably this. This is probably the video I found. This actually makes a lot of sense. This one also makes a lot of sense. Actually, I think it was this one. I was searching for like mining and XP stuff. I was literally just trying to optimize mining, stuff like that. I think those are literally the 2 videos that I found. And I was like, oh, these are pretty good. Yeah, none of these other ones look familiar at all. And I mean, I'm already back to like sub 10k views, which is still a hell of a lot of views, but yeah, definitely these 2. I'm not sure why he's talking about XP with Hypixel Skyblock in the background. Guardian Farms. Smelting netherite is technically really good, but you can't farm that. Cactus farm. I mean, it comes down to the cactus farm. Everything comes back to the cactus farm. Or just another piglin farm. That's actually in the end. I don't think I used any of these. I think I found this video and I was like, just watching it for fun, probably. Yeah, he did. He definitely did. His content totally changed too. Like, he's talking about really cool stuff, just like technically about Minecraft, and that gets a lot of views. And I guess this was the one where he realized, wow, I have a good voice for like creepy narration. So now he's just talking about like, well, I don't know. Right now it seems like he's just reading. Yeah. He's reading ARGs in Minecraft. And those are really good. You see that new material collision paper you probably already did already? Material collision. Nope. I never understood the appeal of Minecraft. Actually, now that you mention it. Next brack, yeah, I can spell. Now that you mention it. The appeal to me in Minecraft is definitely manipulating the game. And I have to import String Builder. Does anyone import this? Wow, that's actually shocking. Wait, what? No one uses the string builder? That's actually crazy. String builder is so much faster than appending strings. It actually is. That's kind of nuts. Because you don't reserve all the memory until you need it all when you call as string. That's why it's fast. No one uses this. If debug is enabled, they don't even use it. They don't even use it for parsing. No, there's no way, right? String builder is always faster than appending the string and growing the size of memory. Because the problem with that is if you have a large string and you append like 2 characters, it's possible that it has to re-reserve that entire chunk of memory somewhere else, copy it all over, and then hand you the new pointer. That's why string builder is faster. Because whenever you give it a string, that is already in memory. You're basically just saving the pointer to that and saying, yep, I want that string for later. And then you reserve the full chunk up front, and you just write to it. And what would really get me into No Man's Sky? Allow me to build an army and invade other NPC empires. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that is like not in scope for the game. If that was the game, it would have started with that. Hey, Danilin. Yeah, I'm just criticizing Godot engine once again. They have string builder written here. They literally use it for shader parsing, maybe. Which is wild to me. They don't even use it for GD script parsing. Genuinely nuts. So core string, string builder. How does this not even include? I guess because it's actually in the header. What? Alright, that's a bit silly. That's a little bit silly. A text class doesn't include string. That's actually really silly. Okay. So I guess I just gotta throw it at the top. So if whatever import here is using string doesn't have it anymore, this class breaks. This file breaks. I will be trying Grok today. Text and a string of text aren't the same thing. It literally has functions that accept a string as a parameter. And it doesn't include string. Which means string is a transitive include. So you could just like literally refactor something and like remove string or remove whatever transitive include somehow pulls in string and the class breaks. I really hate that with C++. That's why I hate headers. That's actually just another reason why I hate headers. Especially for Windows programming. I really don't like including a file for one function and it pulls in like a million files. It's super annoying. Windows API is notorious for that. I'm always like, okay, I need this function. I need this function. And I'm like, all right, which header file is it in? And it tells me, oh, it's in the windows.h file. And I'm like, that's a lie. So I open up the windows.h file, or I like search for it online a bit more, and I find the real header file that it's in. So then I don't have to include Windows, I just include that header file. I wish Windows APIs were as like rigidly defined as C++ standard library and the C library, because they tell you, they define like, hey, this function exists in this header file and that's where it comes from. And the implementers are still crazy and they still make their own custom header files and they just include them anyway because they're just crazy like that, and for some reason, I don't know why. Alright, anyway, I want to do... Wait, is this right? Yeah. I want to go and get the docs here. String doesn't exist, only if and else. If and else don't exist either, if you really think about it. It's only yes or no. There's a new open source LM that surprises Claw... What? Surprises? I tested Claude, it's gay as hell. What does that mean? Alright, so I want to go to that file and type in something here. Rich text label XML. Alright, is interpreted 1 or 2 T's? Is this another English thing? It's 1 T. Okay. Is the double slash parsed? It's probably not, right? It's probably not. That's got to be escape, though. What is it? Less than? Okay. Now we'll run build again. It's not even gay, it's straight. Dude, what? You didn't describe what that means, though. What does Claude do? Who made Claude? Wait, yeah, who made Claude? Actually, I don't know who made Claude. Anthropic. Okay. That's who made Claude. Alright, close, reopen, and I now have a description for it. This is a bit annoying. Not a bit annoying. It's actually a really dumb way to do documentation. You have to build the engine, run doctool, print the documentation to the file, then you edit the documentation, then you run build again. Really dumb way to do it, genuinely. Cool, alright. I predicted correctly. I did need to write it that way. Escapes text that contains BB tags by simply replacing any character with the LB tag. That's really unfortunate. I did not think, I mean, I guess I should have, I should have realized, right? I should have realized. I literally should have realized. Pretty sure this is how I do code. Alright, build it again. Yeah, the fact that you have to compile it to get documentation is nuts. It's nuts. They should really have documentation just be the comments in the header file. Because then I'm like, hey, what does this function do? Oh, I go to the header file. There's the documentation. When I build it, it builds it from the comments. And ideally, there'd be just a script that goes through every single function and like writes a secondary file or something, like a doc file or just something that sits next to the executable, so I don't have to keep rebuilding the whole program to get updated documentation. It would just like open a doc file. Then I can edit documentation without having to restart the engine or build it at all. Okay. And the backticks didn't work. Okay. How do I get code? Am I supposed to write code? I want that. Add image. Actually, I don't want that. I want that. Text. It's at the bottom. There it is. Code. Of course. I'm going to assume that it parses inside the tags. I didn't see anything that would lead me to believe that it doesn't. That it actually knows that when it reads a code tag, it should skip until the next closing code tab. Yeah, I mean, that just wouldn't make any sense. How do I scroll horizontally? Don't know. All right, building the documentation is almost as bad as building JavaScript. Claude is an AI, like GPT is supposedly better, but they really lobotomized it. Does it do anything better? Or is it just a ChatGPT clone? Is like better at being correct? Better at writing code? No. So it's just a version of ChatGPT that's worse. Nice. That's probably why I don't know who made it, because no one uses it. Or no one uses it enough to talk about it. Alright, what does documentation look like? Why does it keep opening this one? It stops parsing tags. But how does it know this one parsed? Like, what are we doing? Okay. Well, alright. Now I know. Here's the problem with that. That could only be implemented incorrectly. Because what if I write code? What if I write a code block inside of this? What if I wrote a code block inside of that? How does it know to stop the parsing? It doesn't, actually. That's the funny thing. It doesn't know. It's like a string. That's why when you have a string, you just read until the next quote. But because they turn off parsing, yeah, I mean, it should just be adding to the stack. Because that's what tags are. It's like writing, it's literally just like HTML, I think, right? If you have a bracket inside of an HTML code block, it's still going to parse that as HTML tags. So you have to escape it inside the code block. Which is why I escaped inside the code block and it still worked. Or I have to escape inside the code block. If you're building it for documentation, it's supposedly better, but they don't put any power on it. So it is better? Is it just slow? Okay, for a second I thought I just crashed the stream because I just clicked the source and it just went unresponsive. That was spooky. Alright, manual mode. 300. Cool. And why does it keep opening that one? Why? Escapes text that contains BB text by simply replacing that character with the LB tag, which, when parsed, transforms back to the bracket character. This effectively disables any tags and causes them to be interpreted as plain text. This method is the equivalent of replacing left angle bracket with less than, or just the less than sign, with the @LT to escape HTML text. Okay. Cool. And it should be quick. Quick enough that I can just literally call it. So now I want strip. BB code. Which doesn't escape it. It essentially parses it and then pulls out the text. Imagine the thing in the Hulk, but the Hulk is extremely dumb. Even though the Hulk is way stronger than the thing, the fact that he is so dumb doesn't make it worth working with him. Isn't that like actually the character though? The thing is actually smarter. I don't know. Go take a nap. All right. Have a good nap. How will I do this? What I want to do is kind of like a combination of escaping and stripping. I want something like writing. Okay, let me just, for a second, just do like an example. So if I were to pass in the input, left bracket, color red, hello. What do I want the result to be? I want the result to be hello. Here's the funny thing. When I parse it, and I do like get plain text, that LB will be added. That bracket, this LB will transform into this and be added. So if I were just to parse it and return it, this doesn't actually strip it because it added this. And then work on my thing. Nice. So I'll write input, and then I'll say this would be what parse or I get parse text would return. This is what I want to have. I just want hello. Right? So how can I do this? I guess I could what could I do? Parse text does a good enough job with this. These things get dropped, but these ones don't. If I did a combination of escape and then strip, I would end up with this exact result back. I would literally get this exact result back. Because yeah, if I run escape, it transforms this one. That one would be... the result would be LB this. That's what I would get back. Actually, this would be escape. That's what I get back from escape. And then parse will parse that out. Parse this out. And then parse this out. So I just... nothing would have happened. Somehow I got to do something where this does not. This tag is read, but then just kind of it's dropped. Huh. Maybe. All right, let me close some of these. I don't need all these open. Right. What could I do? Kind of what I would like to have is append text. Append text would have like a strip tags thing. So it would just drop the tags straight up. That's literally what I would prefer. Essentially in these tags, whenever we're doing stuff like this, yeah, if it's a bad tag, I think it's fine to do that. But if we end up writing like a valid tag, specifically something like, yeah, like these, where these are doing add texts, I don't want these to do that. I would like something that says all these add texts, don't call them. Don't call them. Break as well. Yeah, straight up. I'm just gonna add. I'm gonna add a parameter to this that can disable all of that. What does it start doing the tag stuff? Yeah, essentially anywhere that is doing this tag stack, if it parses a valid tag, and it's going to add it, just don't add it. Set use BB code. Does that stop anything from happening? It doesn't. Append text will still parse it all, it seems. And I do want that to be the default, to default that to false. So wherever append text is. I think that's how I write it. Yep, literally just like that. Def val false. Okay. And how do I set defaults here? Equals false. Cool. All right. For tags that are not properly closed, text is empty. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a full like test for this, but I think any like invalid tag is fine to be just put in as the character. But anywhere that I do stack size, if tag begins with this and stack size, so what if that's true? So if I do a closing tag with nothing, I do want it to drop. Okay. We're not going to add anything to the stack. That's the thing. So how do I handle closing tags? I think maybe I just completely drop them. Because as we get down here, if tag begins with any of that, we're going to say we're after list open tag is false. If text was not empty, add the text. Why would text have something in it right here? If break position is equal to the end, wait, what? How is that possible? Oh, if it's negative, set it to the end. Okay, that's how that's possible. If text is empty, so I have an opening tag and nothing after it. And we're after a list open tag, that won't be true. That'll be false. If text is not empty, add that. Okay. That seems good. No close, we add the text. Tag. So I think generally I still kind of want to have everything parsing here. But perhaps I think I can kind of skip that. Is this used anywhere? 6 uses. Okay, apparently it's used one more time at the very end. Expression. Okay, so at the very end, we run that. So we need it down here. We do need it down here. BB code name is still there. $15, so it's used way down here. For what? Drop cap. It's also used here for image. And it's already image. Okay, so it's used a bunch of places. I was gonna try and like skip the parsing for this a little bit. Which I still want to. But I guess okay, actually I can't skip any of it. I actually can't skip any of it. I gotta run the whole thing. because valid tags I want to be dropped, invalid tags I want to be kept. So if I do something like color red, right, this gets dropped. But if I did something like that, this would be kept. Right? Because it's not a valid tag. If we have a closing tag, oh man. Tag is not okay, add it. I don't know, I guess I'm gonna have to change that. Oh, wait a second, what? Wait, what? And tag stack.size. Oh, this is funny. So if this is true, this is also true. So technically, does front? Ooh, front would return null pointer then. Yeah, what does front return? Tag stack. Okay. I'm gonna do this a little bit different. We'll the front letter is the same as the current letter. Okay. Okay. So if not tag okay, all right, so this just means if it begins with a slash, we're going to parse it as if it was a tag. And if we don't have it, then we're saying, all right, add the text, right? Okay, so that's handled there. That should functionally be the same. Tag OK is guaranteed to be false if tag stack is empty. So we're fine here to assume that tag stack is good. Okay, so here's where I want to start doing stuff. If we do OL, if we're doing drop tags, don't do anything. Also, after list open tag, yeah, let me say if not drop tags, if drop tags is false and any of this was true, then I can run that. Otherwise, I'm just like plainly ignoring it. If text was not empty, we add all the text. If tag is equal to that, Use bold font. Yeah, I basically want to skip a bunch of this stuff. We're not dropping tags. Then we can do all that. Same thing here. Can probably copy that line. Although unfortunately they do this thing where they keep writing that above it. Yeah, I was gonna say, unless like tag stack is somehow using position, it's definitely not, because position is a local value, and we're not passing it as a parameter. Actually, let me say append text parse tags is true. Let me change it to that. Actually, drop tags is better, because then it means parse tags false might sound like the tags are just going to be outputted plainly. Instead of writing not, let me just write a different thing here. Better to write. If push tags handle that. If push tags. Push tags. Now table, what happens with table? I don't see add text anywhere. I just see like gathering. Yeah, it's just like parsing out the options. Then it calls push table to all the stuff. Yeah, we're pretty good. Normalize subtags. Yeah, that's not anything. Okay. All of that. Yet again with this pause thing being weird. I just noticed, is this actually using push front? Wow. That's actually nuts. Calling it a stack and using push front. Are we serious? Why would they do that? Like, literally just why would they do that? Typically with stack, you push, you append, and you pop. That's what you do with a stack. You're just always reading the last element. For here, for some reason, they're appending to the front and popping from the front. I don't know why they would do that. Then they use push, underline, push front, like. Cool. And this is where I get to start dropping these things. All of these go away. Awesome. Make it do like a recording or something. Whoops, it failed. Okay. Can I do undo? Nice. I left one of these not formatted, or not like completely closed. Right. It is so annoying that they have position right before the push front thing. Why'd they do that? This literally just makes it so much harder. So much more tedious than it could have been. Oh, position is end. Uh-oh. That's different. Yeah, drop cap is some kind of special thing. I probably need to like look at it and see what this does. Yeah, let me see if they say what drop cap does. Well, they should. Drop cap uses a different font size and color for text, making the text tag's content span multiple lines if it's large enough. A drop cap is typically one uppercase character, but drop cap supports containing multiple characters. Values must not be separated by spaces, otherwise the values won't be parsed correctly. Negative top and bottom margins are particularly useful to allow the rest of the paragraph to display below the drop cap. Okay. Usually whenever I put that on there, that means it opens a new tab. But alright. A drop cap letter. Ah, okay. First character of the first paragraph is made larger, taking up several lines of text. Okay. I understand. Okay. Okay. So drop cap, I basically just like delete everything inside of it, right? Yeah, this is a bit... Oh, wait. Okay, this one's weird because we're not moving our parsing to the end of the tag, which would allow the text to be added. It's moving it to end, which end finds the next one of these. And DC text. Substring starting at the endpoint plus 1, which break end is like that closing bracket. DC text. And position it at the end. Wait, what? These ones use break end, which is that, right? Now the end is moved to that letter. So the next time we go to the parsing, we are parsing that letter. DC text. Okay, so I think kind of all I have to do is I just kind of just write my own thing. If push tags, we're doing all that parsing. If we are not push tags, then position equals break end plus 1. So now instead of doing this like normal, this is now inside of an else. So if we get a drop tag, skip to the end of that drop cap and then continue parsing. And then if we're doing that, once we get back up here, we read this and we won't have a stack. Then tag won't be okay. So text is going to be... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna... Okay. So this is the weird part. Stuff within things... Oh, wait. Because if I'm doing drop tags, this isn't actually dropping tags. I have to actually track the tag stack. I do. I guess I could just make it so that everything between closing tags we ignore. So if I have a not tag okay, I do a check here. If we're pushing tags, do that. If we're not pushing tags, we just use the text. We're not adding the tag. Right? I guess I can just write that there. So now that handles it. Handles it well. Oh, but this does... Okay, but I do want to do this. If push tags, then we do that. Otherwise, I'm actually skipping... Actually, I guess I can do this. And then... This should be p drop tag, shouldn't it? Yeah. If we are dropping tags, add one to skip over that closing bracket. So I guess this means anytime I write a tag that has the open bracket and then the slash, we're going to drop that whole thing from the text. Even if it was technically an invalid close, yeah. If we're pushing tags, append that, add text. If we're dropping tags, skip one more. This will never run because tag will not be okay, because we're never adding anything to a stack. Alright, let's go back down to where I left off. I'm at drop cap. There we go. As we'll scroll down to check. End. Tough. So what is end? I mean, actually, like if we just have that, I'm just doing the same thing as if it was a drop cap. I'm just doing totally different parsing. I'm just skipping over the whole thing. Wait. Copying that. What are these random empty lines here? These just shouldn't be here. They just shouldn't be here. Just gonna delete them. OTF. Alright, cool. Still normal so far. So much. Set process internal true. So I actually got to make sure that this happens up there. All right. So apparently we're just gonna do this. All these particle effects or whatever they are. Particle effects. Text effects. I'm gonna scroll up and grab the thing. Okay. And now we're at the end. All right. Those are all the valid tags. So otherwise, what happens here is if it's an invalid tag, I actually do just want to add it. If expression is empty, add text. So if we're dropping tags, I will do that bit. This, and write a continue. Okay. Continue works in a while, right? It must. It would be written at the top. There, yeah, we use continue to skip over that. So all the valid tags will just do nothing. They will literally be cut out. If it's an invalid tag, I will add it. Position is break position, not break end. Good. Cool. Okay. And then I just don't like these random empty lines. Those are odd. It's kind of weird that that's not in the formatting rules to delete these empty lines. I understand having, like, you know, a line here that sometimes makes it more readable, a line there. having them sometimes and like this, put one there, right? But I'm pretty sure their formatting drops that. Yeah, they just have such dumb formatting rules. They really do. They really, really do. You can't have a new line, or you can't have a blank line after an open tag. But they have new lines before closing tags all the time. And in just random places. Okay. And text. Type bool. Default false. That's what it should look like, right? Yeah. Type bool default false. Valid tags. Or what is it? Tags that, yeah, I guess just like, yeah, known tags will be dropped and produce no output. This includes tags like what would it be? They don't parse inside of this. Should only output a single. Let me make this a new paragraph. Um, Text within formatting tags will be added without formatting. There are tags like probably image, I bet. Let me look at image. So there's an image from path. I guess things like URLs. Yeah, things that have like text. Table is a cell tag. Yeah, let me just say that. Text, content, yeah, content within tags will be added. As if the surrounding tags were not there. For example, code would add as text. Right. Hopefully that makes sense. And build. Close scene. That's not what I want to do. I don't even know what I have saved, but sure. I don't know what I don't have saved. And now we're compiling everything. Okay. That sucks. Okay, but actually why? Why are we compiling everything? Why are we compiling everything? I didn't change anything. Did I run the wrong? No. I guess it just decided, yep, we gotta recompile everything. Adding that parameter just totally threw everything off. Do those all use? I guess they all use rich text label. I guess that's why, because the signature changed. So, all right. Okay. Cool. Append text. Drop tags false. parses BB code and adds tags to the tag stack as needed. When drop tags is true, known tags will be dropped and produce no output. This includes tags like LB, which normally output a single character, and car. I didn't even check that I wrote that correctly. Probably should have checked that. It's not even listed. Wow. Undocumented. I'm correct, right? That's definitely a thing that's on here. Yeah, car. Yeah, because otherwise you would still be able to write a tag with car to get like any character you want in there. Or things like this, which append these character codes. Content within tags will be added as if the surrounding tags were not there. For example, image URL image would add URL as text. So my theory is I can use clear and append text with the text and then drop tags set to true. And then I can just parse out the plain text. That's the idea. So yeah, I'll just create a it's probably slow to make the object the whole time. So it's probably better to just keep one in memory for that. Okay. Clear it. Append text. True. And then I don't want to keep it in memory. So I'm just going to take it as a string here. Actually, when it calls add text, what does that do? Because I think that add text does something different. Yeah, that's it's a lot of stuff. So I don't want to do that. I just want to run get parse text. And then clear it again. Then return result. Removes BB code tags from text. This does not escape or this essentially wraps a call to rich text label and text. With drop tags equal to true. As such, it does not simply delete anything that looks like a tag. So input like not a tag would return unchanged. It only drops known tags. It ignores text outputting tags like LB and par. Okay. Cool. So I want to use this for printing stuff. So I want to do this. If we add a log, I want to oh, this one. I want to do this here. I want to do drop tags here. I want to do that. The log, we can do it like that. And then this, I want to do like I have in the debug display, or mind, color that. Cool. So when I read this, what happens? I would just output that, correct? If I have a tag that's not... it's not valid. So much. If drop tags, yeah, I add that, and then I go to the next one. So if I have one that's not a valid tag, then I just add that text and go to the next one. Yeah, that's what I would want to see. All right, so now here I can say take that out, and then just drop that line entirely. Cool. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot. So stuff that's printing in the console won't look crazy. Huge. And that all should stay the same. Although unfortunately I lost the time there, which kind of sucks. I want the time to be there. Do I want the time to be there? Do I want the time to be there? I think I still need like goal activations. So not just like investigate turn, but I want to say like investigate, and then I would print all the actions that it's taking. So it's like kind of a state thing, isn't it? You gotta fix the camera. Okay. Yeah, this is what I want to see. Because otherwise this would do like a bunch of... They would have like color equals that and then color at the end. So console logging is good now. The printing there looks good. Here I unfortunately lost it. I don't... Which I mean I still want, but I don't know. Maybe I could print like a tick instead of a time that something happened at. Or I would say debug action would print, yeah, let me say that. I want, I guess I have that at the top. Current action somewhere. Current goal. Let me put it under the debug stuff. Every time I run update, it's mad because I haven't used it yet. Yeah, actually, let me do this. If debug root and not debug, I don't actually need to write that there. If debug is enabled, debug last goal is null. So here I can have like good ordering. I do a check here. Yeah, let me do this. So you want to print that. And if I get an action, I would say I'll print triggered goal and let me do this. If debug last goal is not equal to current goal, or flip it around. Seems like kind of Yoda style there. If the current goal is not the same as the last goal, then message to do message add this with a new line, a literal new line. And then message add this. Why is it upset with that? Variable operation. Okay. I didn't know we had to do that. Actually, let's not do that. Sure. No, that actually just looks silly. Current goal. And I think I want to print like a priority value. So I'll do that. With color, where's my colors? Reference. Probably like a green, I think. Pale green. Light green, pale green. Probably pale green. Current priority. I do need to know if this has a custom priority though, so pass the custom priority. I know, yeah, if it's 0, we use the current priority. Okay. And then I want to say if I have, yeah, let's add that. Same thing again. Custom priority does not equal 0. And they're also different. Space at the front. Okay, so now I can see whenever I'm doing custom priorities, the goals have like a list type effect. And at least now I know a little bit better about timing. So cool. I do get this weird time thing though. I mean, there it looks fine. It looks fine there. But here I would like it to not do that. How can I detach my mouse when I open that? I kind of would like to detach my mouse when I open that. If I press enter, I want to detach the mouse. If I just press this, I don't want to detach the mouse. Okay, so let me put that in. When I press the enter key, I will unlock the mouse. That should be here. Handle pause, input mode. If toggle log is that, do that. Focus log. If we're not expanded, expand and do that, and then do this. And I'm not sure. Except generic escape key, press to get out of input mode. So yeah, I guess I do this. Do that back. Actually, you know what? Let me tie it to is input active, actually. So when input is active, when I set it to something, I actually want that to dictate detaching and reattaching the mouse. So in log, in my set, if not value, if input is editing, unedit. And then here I want to do input. Actually, do I have it? Good. I actually don't know what these should be. Visible and captured. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I think that the camera is still going to move even when I do expand. So expand, nothing. I press enter. Yeah, I detached, but the mouse is still, the camera's still responding to the mouse. And then pressing escape didn't recapture the mouse, which is really weird. Press enter and I click somewhere. We didn't recapture the mouse. How? If is editing, mouse mode is captured. Maybe I just move that here. That's weird. Why did it, Oh, do I still have code in there? I might have been silly and left code in here. That's still changing it? Nope. This could just be a weird... No, mouse mode is just not being set to captured for some reason. Okay, I'm confused. Oh wow, I didn't run that code at all. Aha, okay. I get it. I get it. This doesn't do anything. This actually doesn't ever run. So I have to set it in log. I will capture it there, but here Forcibly unfocused when leaving edit mode, stupid. And then what are the mouse modes? Input. Actually, I don't want to capture it. Yeah, if we... How do I know? How do I know? Because things can change. Maybe I'll put this here and say like try capture, and I can have logic here that says if this is happening, capture the mouse. If it's not happening, do this, right? So how do I know if I want mouse capture? Yeah, I'll do a method here that's like try capture mouse. And it does some state checks, and it will capture the mouse if we should be in a mouse capture mode. This does not check if the mouse is within the window bounds. Maybe it should. Let me do this. If the mouse is not in window bounds, it will be captured the next time it enters the window. Provided game state remains capturable state. Yeah. Certain windows, yeah, I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there. If retry is true, we'll retry the next time the mouse enters the game window. So this is just so I can say retry true, and then in the process method, when I'm checking for the mouse entering the screen, I can say retry false, or try capture mouse with a retry false. Okay. So first of all, I'll do right off the bat, check if the mouse is in the window. How do I know that? How do I know that? Definitely a way to know that. I just don't know who actually tells me that. So check if mouse is... I guess a good place to start would be looking at the window. Oh, this is nice. I like this. They're putting AI at down. Thank everything. Check if mouse is in screen. Mouse input coordinates. It's supposed to ask a viewport for the mouse position. When the mouse mode is set to captured, is this under the screen? Great, okay. So I guess I go to its viewport, right? Get viewport. Okay. I guess it's, oh, I was gonna say it's probably gonna be a signal mouse entered, but what is this? Inform the viewport the mouse has entered its area. How do I... Surely there's a way to know that, like, when that actually happens, right? Would it be like viewport get window? Because I think there's like a window, right? Yeah, I want window. That's got to be a signal on here. Mouse entered. Focus entered. Mouse entered. Yep. Mouse entered. So how do I get the true window? Actually I think it's like get tree. It's on the quit, I think. No, it's probably not. Maybe it's in the quit. Root. The tree's root window. This will result in unstable behavior followed by a crash. Funny. Alright, so I'll do get tree and root. Alright. So on ready. Actually, I guess I'll make you have to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I will not be doing that. Sorry. Get tree. Huh. Roots. Mouse entered. Connect. Maybe I'll just try. Yeah, maybe what I do. No, I want to set a boolean. I actually just want to set a boolean. But I don't really need a whole function for it, do I? Maybe I should. On mouse entered. Do it get addicted? Nope. I will not. Capture requested as false, and then I do try capture mouse, false. All right, that's all I wanted to do. And then I need this to be a value. Cool. Then here, now I need to know if the mouse is in the window. So it's probably on window. Because if they call signals, they must be keeping track of a Boolean or something. Returns true if the window is focused. Alright, let me just type mouse, I guess. I mean, I can get its position. The window's position in pixels. If project settings, sub windows. I don't have sub windows. This property only works if initial position is set to window initial position absolute. What? Oh, really? That's dumb. The thing is, you actually can know where the window is. Oh, man. Do I just have to track the signals myself? Right. Do I really have to? Because now I'm still at the point where I still have to know if the mouse is in the window. If it's not, then I want to say, all right, the next time, try it. Inherits viewport. Oh, maybe it's something on viewport then. Like mouse is in viewport. Update mouse cursor state. Force instantly updating the display based on the current mouse cursor position. What? Returns the mouse position in this viewport using the current system coordinate system of this viewport. You know, I guess I can just test it and see what happens. Window. Yeah, mouse position. Guess I actually gotta do that. I'll use ands instead. Greater than or equal to 0. I'm assuming we start at 0, and the coordinate would be, like if the window is 50 by 50, the last pixel would be number using the coordinate system of this viewport. Like, what does that even mean? Literally, what does that mean? I'm assuming that if the mouse is not inside the window, then it returns a negative value or a value greater than the size. Window. Size. So we are within bounds. Then I want to do some checks. Now if retry, I'll do capture requested true. So if we are paused, if pause is visible, that's kind of all I want to check. If pause menu is visible, we won't capture the mouse. So I want a bunch of checks here. So pause menu. not. Pause menu visible. And not is game over. And mouse mode captured. Hey, Yulia. So far all I know is that I guess I can actually just check this if this is visible instead of checking if it's a game over. If any of these menus are shown, what if we're in screen? Yeah, let me not do that. Let me just do this. Pause menu is visible, or game screen is visible. Do not capture mouse. Pass. I'll write it like this. So I can list all my stuff out there. I'll just do one space. Okay. So now in log. Class from leaving edit mode, and then try to capture mouse. Yeah. Wait, I put this in world. Why is your stream only 1080p? Yeah. I don't think it's partner. I think it's affiliate. Affiliate gets that. There was one, I don't know why, but one stream I did have all the encoding options. I'm not sure why. And I just noticed, I actually like literally checked today and I don't have it now. So there's at least one stream where I did have it. Oh, what I'm looking for. How do I access the world here? Because I have to do on player death and on enter vehicle. So I'm gonna look at player, I guess. Player does this a bunch. Call group world on exit vehicle. Okay. Well, I guess that's just what I do. Although I actually hate that. That's actually really, really dumb. Actually, really, really don't want to do that. So I'm going to do global world. I'll do something like get local world. It will return that. Front. Okay. So player, I'm going to go and rewrite these. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me make a getter for just world. In global world. Is there a way I can bind to the root node changing? Scene changed? It's probably going to be like get tree, right? Scene tree. Please be a signal. Scene changed. After the new scene is added to scene tree and initialized, can be used to reliably access current scene when changing scenes. Alright, so I'll bind to scene changed on get tree. And this is a node, so we'll have it ready. World equals get local world. Cool. Okay. So I can just type in global world.world instead of doing this. Sweet. Okay. Oh, that's good. So now here I can just say try capture mouse. And then yeah, I think when I show it to do like editing, I'll actually put it here. I'm going to change it around. Actually, no, let me not do that. Let me not do that. Here is where I want to manage that. It makes sense here. Because I may want to... There may be something in the future where I don't want to do this, or I want to just have it confined, like maybe I have an inventory window. I don't even know. I'm probably just going to use captured and not captured, honestly. That really simplifies things. Do you know about the story of a dog that was always waiting for his owner at the bus station to come back from work, and when he passed away, the dog keeps waiting for him until the day died? I always thought I was one of those brain rot YouTube shorts. When I discovered it, they even have a statue for the dog in Japan. Oh, it was one of those brain rot. I mean, it could be a real story. It could be a made-up story, but it really happened anyway. You know. At some point in time, I'm sure something like that will happen. Press enter, mouse is attached, I hit escape, and busted. Okay. So I guess what I really want to do is... Oh, maybe I'll just do it here. When I create the world. This will be way simpler. That's way simpler than what I was doing. Don't do that. Way simpler. Given enough time, it probably will happen. If it hasn't yet. Detached, hit escape. Detached. I'm gonna move my mouse out of the window and then hit. I mean, technically I should be able to. On Windows you can do this, I think. I'm actually not sure. Oh, we didn't capture the mouse. So... Interesting. Interesting. So I'm going to assume that this just failed then. Where is it? When I dug my dad, fed only once and she stayed next to our garage till some other dog. Okay, that's sad. Yeah, that's why you don't feed animals though. You literally, like, it's kind of nuts how quickly, like, literally one feeding just destroys any sense of survival. Like, everything that they've been, like, learning over their whole lives and, like, evolution has wired into their brains. Okay, so in theory, when this reads it, it should be like, you know, my mouse is technically outside the screen right now. Size, mouse position is... I mean, that value is definitely greater than the size. Okay. Capture, that looks like that was correct. Although Y is a bit strange. Actually, no, I guess it's not strange. I should have paid attention to where my mouse cursor was. Alright, so weirdly right now, the X value doesn't seem right. It should be... It should be greater than 1920, I think. I don't know. I think I have my Windows set up such that if my mouse was on my other monitor, it would have a negative value. That's how I want my monitor to be set up, but I don't think it's actually how it's set up. Whales and macro don't even hunt anymore, they just attack nets. Yeah. Yeah, like literally animals will, after being fed like one time by a person, sometimes they will just straight up refuse to search for food ever again. They will just keep walking up to people and hoping that they get food, and they will just starve to death doing that. Also, they could end up becoming grossly overweight and dying of obesity if they are continuously successful at getting food from people. Okay, so I'm gonna hit continue, and then when I bring my mouse over, okay. Why is this happening? This should not be happening. This just didn't happen. Okay, well, I'm gonna pay attention where my mouse currently is. It should be... Leave my mouse like sitting over here. See where it thinks the window... Where window thinks it is. Alright, 45... Y8... That's not correct at all. That's just not correct. I don't have that many monitors. This number can't be over 4,000. Okay, you know what? Like, literally whatever is going on here, it's wrong. So... I can't use that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually track whether or not we're in the window using a Boolean because it's stupid. On the mouse entered. Hello, chat. You talking to yourself? Alright, that's all I need to do. Simply... If we are... If we're pretty sure the mouse is in the window. Could be wrong. And I'm assuming I get called it at least once the first time it runs. I'm never alone. Yep. So be sure that my mouse is never leaving the screen. I'm gonna hit enter. I'm gonna hit escape. Recaptured. Enter. And then escape. Captured. And I can't actually like escape and move my mouse off at the same time. Apparently I can't even... Okay. Alright, well I'm just gonna assume that works. Sure. And I think I also need like some kind of check if I click in the window. Or Satan. No. If there, do I get something for just like a click? Just a click. Because I definitely want to have like all input on the player stop if our mouse isn't captured. But then if I click in the window, oh, this is scene tree. Okay, I want window. I want to go back to window. Like mouse click signal? I don't know. That would be ideal. Window input. Emitted when the window is currently focused and receives any input. Alright, I guess this is what I need. I'm going to do a generic window input on click to just check if I should be captured, and if I should be captured, then I will capture. So if like a try capture request failed and I'm detached and I come back to the window, it won't reattach. I click the window and then it goes. But now I have to figure out like what the action is. Do you have a tutorial? What a stupid window. With the received input in order. OS display server. Process event in viewport. Process event. Viewport's function of a window manager. Okay. Just open that. Let's go to viewport. What does viewport have? Nothing. Okay. Oh, wow. So it just passes it straight to window. Window gets it first. I'm going to go and check what guide does. I'm assuming it, from what I'm seeing, guide will just bind to the tree. Or do they use unprocessed input? How do they know? How do they know? Guide input tracker. If the node is a window, okay. So I want the guide input tracker, which is guide input tracker. Of course. If it has a meta, do that. Unhandled input. Forwards it to guide. Load, make a new one. Viewport add child. Ah, okay. That's how this works. They do not use signals. Weird. They basically rely on unhandled input. Okay. You know, that's actually fine. So, but I do want to, I think, connect to the signal though. I'm hoping that doesn't mean it breaks everything, but I guess I'll find out. Close that before I save it and do stuff. Did I? Yeah, now I'm worried that I might have one of these guide files open right now. And it's gonna save. Change the tabs. Okay, on ready. Global world. I guess I'm coming back. Ready. I want to do get tree, root, inputs, connect. Simply attempt a mouse capture. when clicking into the window, when capture mode is off. Ignore it. This takes an event. And then now the tutorial. Input event key. Geez. Input event mouse button. Screen touch. I guess I don't need to worry about that because if it's on mobile, it's always captured. Also, this is not mobile. I'm doing mobile. Mouse button. Button index. The mouse button state is released. So I'm looking for a pressed left mouse button. Yeah, I'm looking for a pressed left mouse button. And not canceled. Is canceled. Return. If mouse mode is captured, return. If input is that, I'm gonna check. If event button index is equal to mouse button left and event pressed, I want to this is a global world. I'll do world, try capture mouse, but don't retry. Okay. So now when I detach, and I don't know how I can close it without reattaching the mouse, actually. How can I do that? Dang it. Actually, I guess I know how. I can do this. I move my mouse out, and I come back in it. Okay, so I don't want that to happen. If I move the mouse out, I think I just want it to read the mouse when I move the mouse out, always. So let me do that. Let's say on mouse exited. Do I queue a recapture? Actually, I guess I do. So I'm gonna do this. If we are captured, free the mouse and queue a recapture. This can happen if another window pulls focus or something like that. Or the mouse otherwise just teleports outside the window. Mouse mode captured. Also, should I write this one like this? Would it be? Why is it? Whatever. I'll just ignore it. If we are captured, let's do inputs. Mouse mode equals inputs visible and capture requested true. All right. Because I can do this really easy on my computer. I just teleport the mouse. So now if I come back, it will recapture. I mean, I guess it already did. I guess it would have done that. Let me check if this even happens when I do that. It actually didn't know that I moved the mouse out. Damn. Does it know if it loses focus? Because I might want something like this for some games will automatically pause when your mouse jumps out. I might want that. Emitted when the window loses its focus. So I guess I can check. Maybe do focus entered, focus exited instead of mouse. Let me do that. Let me change these to focus instead of mouse. Actually, let me not change them. Oh, wait, I never bound. Of course. Aren't I intelligent? Okay, so now I'm going to teleport my mouse out. Boop. Mouse is out. And it also still didn't happen. Oh, it got... If I do this, it knows. Okay. Which is actually fine. That's also fine. Okay, so now I want to check if focus is reliable. Okay, let me just do this. Let me just do that. This is getting annoying, typing all that out. And I guess the only difference between these is that I'm just going to take off this. I don't know. Because this might be something for like tapping back into the window. And you know what? Let me do something here. If I call this and we capture the mouse, let's just say that mouse in window is true as well. So if capture requested, try capture mouse, false. I think that's all I want to do there. On focus. Exited. One of these has got to be true. Like, I'm pretty sure all operating systems, windowing systems, tell the window when they no longer have like input focus or something. Like they have to, right? Now I'm gonna do the exact same thing here. If mouse mode is captured, set it to visible and request a capture. And actually, I just want to say on focus exited. Okay, so now what happens if I teleport my mouse? I don't think it did it. I don't think it did it. Let me double check that I am connecting. Good. And then check that. You played Mass Effect? Nope. I've never played a Mass Effect game. Oh, it knows. It knows. It knew. It did know. That's awesome. I guess I could also just say, like, trigger a pause. Like, make a pause happen. If you're captured, free the mouse and cue recapture. I also want to say also pause. Just a nice thing to do. If we are not paused, I copied the wrong line. How did I copy the wrong line? If tree is paused, yeah, I want that one. Actually, let me say, like, let me make this a method. Yeah, let me make a method like called pause and unpause. Very simple. Or that. I may as well check that. Check when the game is paused. Check if the... Yeah, let me actually do this. I feel like handle pause should operate on the pause menu being visible instead. Yeah, check if the pause menu is shown. So right, a new Battlefield game is shadow dropping tomorrow. What? I don't know if that's true. Okay, so now I got this stuff. If not, is paused. Pause. I've written this word so many times now, it doesn't look correct anymore. All right. Teleporting my mouse. Bam. Awesome. Bam. Awesome. And what if I teleport my mouse such that it should... Okay, it didn't do that. Oh well. So now we pause whenever I leave the window. We go full screen and teleport. Nice. Nice. It's everything I wanted. Alright. But if I told you what it is, you'll say, oh, of course they do that. Okay, what is it? I feel like I got a little distracted there. I added a whole bunch of pausing stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. Alright, anyway. Yeah, actually, like, I've totally kind of sidetracked myself. This is a bunch of random stuff I'm adding. Alright. Cool. String builder. Escape. I'm actually not testing that yet. So let me go ahead and test this. When I type a message, I have the handle message. Handle log message. If it's from the user, handle command. If it is a command, do that. I want to call print. If it is command, oh, how do I do this? A Battlefield BR game. He never lied to me before about the Battlefield announcements. Well, he probably just has a really good source. No. I've ranted about this before. Battle Royale is like an MMO. If you weren't the first and you don't have some crazy innovation, you're not gonna you're wasting your time. His name is EA. Okay. Okay, so what do I do here? If I get a command, and it is a command, I do that. Then I think if it's not a command, if we're not a command, I'm going to strip out, strip the text, and do that. And then when I print, call deferred, command L strip say, strip edges. So I just pass it straight through. So I can use say to run bulletin board code or bulletin board tags. If it was a command, I just keep it as it was. If it's not a command, I want to go and strip the tags out and then just print that. Okay. And then when I call self print, we also strip it again. That should be fine. It should be very quick. Actually, I guess what I could do is I could check. I could do a find. If message contains one of those characters, then I gotta strip it. Actually, maybe I have a more internal method. Let me do this. Like I told you, oh, of course they do that. No. That actually surprises me that they would do that. If I get a handle command, I guess what I really want to do is actually, yeah, I literally just want to send it to the log. I actually literally just want to send it to the log with that. What do I want to do? I don't want to call this if I don't have to. All right, let me just pass another Boolean. It'll be true by default. Say if strip. Then I will do that. Actually, yeah, just do this. At the top. I'm running it more than once. Oh man, I don't like this. 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 So if strip, then this. Remove that, and then printer. Let me do this. If we do that, then plain text is now message again. If we are not, then I still have to do it. And then if add game time, I do that. Please. this. Okay. That. And then plain text is plain text. Print plain text. Okay, there we go. Crazy thing that I'm doing here, but needed. Actually, I guess I can just run this right at the front, really. Strip it, and then if I'm doing that, then message will just be equal to plain message. And then if we're adding game time, add the color thing to the message, and then use the plain text. That. So at log, we'll still get something nicely formatted. All right. Now, when I do self print command, I guess I can do, when I do a print, yeah, let me say this. If we're command, do that. And then I want to print here, print the command. Don't drop the tags. But I do think I want to escape tags. So let's escape. So let's escape that. And then print it. Otherwise, I guess this is, you know, technically where it's like, is this text chat? Self print command game time true, don't skip the log, and this should be false. Actually, that should be false. Whoops. I don't want to do anything different. Right, I don't want to do anything different. I still want to print the plain text, but the strip is more for modifying this part. And I do want to strip that. I want that to be true. Skip log, don't skip the log. Okay. All right, so now I'm testing typing code. In theory, using the say should allow code to happen. So I didn't really plan for that, but that's what's gonna happen. Test, unknown command. So now I want to do color equals blue. Should not be blue. And this should just be escaped, I think. Okay, it actually dropped it, which is what I wanted. Yeah, okay. So it's just dropped it. Now I want to do say. Say should just do nothing. Cool. Say color blue. This should be blue. Huge. And when I escaped it, it went a little weird. it went a little weird there. So the log didn't work how I wanted that to work. Oh, wait, I also didn't even read. I also didn't really read. Okay, so it escaped. Okay, so the text chat prints the command. It prints out exactly what I typed. The log is wrong. This should have the bracket at the front there. So that could be, I guess, a number of places. I call print deferred with that. Okay. So when I'm printing with actual things, it seems to fail. That first bracket goes away. Okay, this is the deferred. Okay, so this is the actual running of the command. That's this. This part failed. Escape didn't work. Okay, but I did escape it. I guess because I'm calling print with it escaped, I would actually oh, how do I do that? How do I do that? Because I got here, it goes wrong because I call plain text strip BB code, which takes off that escaped character. I need to do that escaped character so in the log when I print it back, it works. You know, let me do this. This might be better. I can call... Ooh, I can't actually skip that. So that still fails. Huh. Yeah, how can I do this? How can I make this work? So I escape it so that it prints it all out. This works for the on-screen log. The console log drops that escaped bit. Maybe what I do is I just call log, add log, and then I use actually, how am I using this? I use print call deferred. If command begins with say. Alright, let me do this. Let me run it to the text log directly. Yeah, let me just do that. Log, add log. That's what I'm going to do. Add log, call deferred. Just send it to the log, right? Now when it's a command, I want to okay, if it's a command, I just want to do this. Log, add log, exactly what I wrote. So that will happen. And then when I print, I want to print to the printer, I want to do everything. Printer, print, I want to do that. Print the command as well. I want to print it out exactly as I typed it when it's a command. Still with the time though. Okay, let me do like a helper method or something. It's getting silly. Yeah. Just return this. Do a float. So I can at least kind of keep some of this. And I'll just do return. If colors. Nah. That. If colors. Return this. Oh, as I'm returning this. Okay. Okay. Format time, true, plus a space, plus message. Plus the plain text. Okay, so now I've got something standard there. So I could do print, format time, game time, and why do I write global world like that? I don't need to do that. Yeah, anywhere that, also this should just be time, not that. Okay, that's fine, that's in text. This is so much crap, honestly, but I can't think of a better way. And this will be, yeah, printer just print it as it is. The log, we escape it, so we don't get any formatting. Say we'll let formatting happen. If it wasn't a command, yeah, I think I just all that. Actually, maybe we do the same thing. Maybe I say log. Actually, okay, I need this. Okay. I still want time there. When I do this, do I need that? Yeah, I think so. I think I do that with, I just do it like that. So anything I type that's like has formatting is just gonna be dropped. Okay. Color, red. Remove the red. Okay, so I log it there, remove the red, and then unknown command is printed. Okay, that all looks good. Say blue. This is blue. Alright, so it printed out what I typed exactly, and then it did that log, and then it, in the log, it said, say, this is blue, but then it also didn't print this is blue, so that's a bit of an inconsistent thing. This gets what I typed out there. Then this should have... This printed out what I typed. Yeah, let me do... let me do all this again. I mean, what say should really do is probably run back. Should it just call print? Maybe it should just call print. Maybe it should just call print. Yeah, this should just go back to calling print, I think. Yeah. That is the logical thing that it should be doing. When I type in say, it should just be running everything after this as if it was straight up logged. Let's do this. Okay. Printed this as red, and then it looks like the same thing in the console. Cool. Yeah, that is exactly what should happen. Although the first say seems to have not done the color there. That's just a mistake on my part. Should be true. Okay. All right. Cool. So nice. All right. can save that. I'm going to go and commit everything now. I think it's all good. I think we're all set up. And then I actually have to do something before I get lunch. So I'll be gone for a little while longer than normal. But then I will come back and have lunch. Alright, so I can go and commit this. Add escape and strip methods to rich text label. Add escape method and drop tags to rich text label. Append text now has a parameter to drop UV tags when parsing. This speeds up parsing and effectively sanitizes the input. Can be used to obtain a more clean user input. Escape. Is it escape tags? Escape BB code. Escape BB code quickly escapes text. So so any included should be safe to display as is. Should be. Not guaranteeing it, but should be. All right. I get a bunch of, actually, I guess not a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so that's better. World. Nice pausing. Input mouse mode. Just managing that stuff. Printing. And then doing all that. Cool, okay. Just add everything. Yeah. Improve log output. Mesh capturing. And world access. Global world now stores the local world object, which player uses for input and game state. Log printing is a bit better now with UPB code. escape and strip methods. Same with the console log. And behavior mind, logging, updated. Groups actions under a goal name and shows goal and action priority. Right. Okay. Game pauses when losing focus if the mouse was captured. All right. Okay. I will be back in a little bit. I don't know, I think I'm just gonna stand here with this guy attacking me over and over again and see if the game ever crashes. And very cool, it pauses when I do that, so I have to click back onto it and unpause it. Alright, but I'll be back probably like at least 20 minutes. At least 20, I would think. Maybe not, maybe shorter, who knows. Yep, I will if you are still here, but it's gonna be a little bit longer because I got something to do first before I can eat. Alright, be back. I'm back. I was not gone as long as I thought I would be. It's pretty quick. Okay. Alright. Also, I actually meant to come back and turn the flashlight on, but I forgot to do that. Oh well. So this has been running. Those colors are so bright that I can't see the color anymore. The log is good. So it's actually a mistake with that. I can barely notice the colors, but they're definitely blown out and they're not right. That's a quick change though. That would just be setting this to be unshaded. It already is unshaded. Maybe it's supposed to go on... I think there's a way to move this to a debug pass. So it draws on the debug. Huh. Essentially the debug means that it draws after the whole pipeline is done, so that auto exposure doesn't apply to it, because that's kind of an issue, is that auto exposure is happening. Weird. Can I go negative? Nope. I mean, I guess I could put a negative so that it renders behind it, behind objects. I don't actually know. Weird. I thought that would be kind of a simple thing to fix, but I guess not. I don't want the Y billboard. Actually, yeah, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, well, I don't know how to... I guess I just don't know how to do that. I do technically have... Kind of sucks, because the ones above 20 are used for the engine. But those are just where, like, decals go. Maybe I could modify it so that auto exposure only applies to layers below a certain number, like below 10 or something. 10 or below, so I could put on something up here, which turns it to like a debug thing. You were cooking? No. I just heated up some leftovers, but I had something else to do first. Alright, well, I can't fix that, I guess, so let's just stand like that. Making sure I didn't actually change anything. Stencil flags too. Yeah, let me just literally restore everything. Okay. Well, we got food, and I'm gonna eat. Nope. Move it down. No. No. Move it down. 1 second. Red? No. I don't know what this is for. Push it all down. Start bothering me. Scratch the door. Does not unlock. But you will. You know. Go down. Go down. I know you. I know what you do. Push me. Okay. So do you have anything for me to check out, Yulia, while I eat? Actually, I think there was something that I had saved for today, actually. I closed it. Whoops. There's definitely something I think you sent yesterday that I left here and then I closed it. Yeah. This was it, wasn't it? I was thinking maybe it was on this tab, and I tabbed out. I went away from it. Yeah, I immediately don't remember this. This is something you sent yesterday. What is that long link? What is that? What is YouTube doing? That is a very long PP. Crazy. Alright, I'll watch this one first, because I know you sent this yesterday, and I left it for today. This is like the start of whatever that game is where you're inside of a mall. Yeah, not to rag on the other game, that other 2D game, because they had really good art and animations, but this is already more game than that one had. What was that? Hope dims as a city claims another. State gained grief. Like, everyone disliked that would actually be like less funny. Everyone disliked that would be less funny. State gained grief. Bing! It's a little funny. Oh yeah, this was 2 days ago then. Because yesterday I didn't eat. Okay. No man, they gotta change this. Passed out survivor. State gained guilt. Dude, they gotta change that. That's not good. That is actually just so goofy. I gotta pause the music. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. State gained. How about everyone is feeling guilty about that? This looks like they're taking this so seriously. Yeah. It's definitely not meant to be silly. I mean, this art style is already like super not silly, right? Oh, right. Because we just saw that. Don't come back. Potential infection. Yeah, it's a little... For the music that they've chosen, it's a little silly. It's a little bit silly. Exclamation point should not be there. Just make it red. Or if you really like the yellow color, keep it yellow. Get rid of that. Exclamation point. State gained guilt in a flash. That's just so silly. Okay. Oh, that's Penny. That's the one they cast out. Wait, is this a mall or a hospital? Hospital. Okay. I was gonna say, isn't that... What is that game? There's literally a game. It starts with you being dropped off at a mall in a helicopter. And then you leave later on in a helicopter, right? Or like you start in a mall and then you have to wait for the helicopter, something. It looks nice. I will say it looks nice. Available now. This is silly. This is just silly. Literally every zombie game ever. Like, I don't know why they seem like they're afraid to use a color red. Like, they use red here, but it seems like they're just afraid of the color red for some reason. This should honestly just be like, delete state gain and just say flesh wound and have it be red. Like, literally just making it red would be so nice there. I mean, they use red there, but this is a dark room, like it has to be red, but... I meant more for UI. What's happening here? Like, is that the reason why they get their water shut off? Because she chased that girl or something? Oh, cool though. Games that have this kind of progression where I'm assuming it's not linear. I'm assuming, like, there's more decisions than there's something like this. Like maybe the reason your water gets cut off is because of something you did before. I mean, yeah. If this is real, like that's what I would prefer. I like games that if they do something like this where there's a bit of randomness, but your choices have like predictable outcomes. Hopefully it's not the kind of, I mean, it's already out, so I guess people know which way it is, but I don't like games that do this fake, where like everything is really linear, like something where like, okay, this death was guaranteed. She's guaranteed to be infected and then you can get rid of her and she's always going to die. This is guaranteed to happen. He's guaranteed to die, right? I don't like stuff like that. Where it's all like fake choices. Like maybe keeping her around has a chance of she's just not actually infected and it was just something else, like she recovers, or she actually was infected and she turns. Maybe then when she turns, these two characters, you are playing as one of them and you have a real chance of one of these guys getting infected and dying as well. Or you just have to kill her right there. I mean, it's already out though, so. People could be commenting about that if it's not the case. Cool though. Alright, what is this? This YouTube link is crazy looking. I'm just going to delete all that. Like the tracking tag is longer than the whole rest of the URL. Joel G. Wait a second. This is a small team, so most likely it's a super linear game. Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be. All right, they did release it. Cool. Very recently. Wait. They planned to release in 2022 and they continued working on it for 3 years. Wow. All right. Dream Barbecue. Definitely looks cool. That's a dramatic change. It's funny though. I don't know if I've ever played a game that actually does this, but I've seen this a lot. I think it's actually really cool. like almost just like paint created characters, and they're just animated on your screen, and they're totally unshaded. They're flat colored, flat lighting. I guess more like no lighting. I think it's cool. Free, you say? Well, that's really cool. I don't think they should have done that, but that's really cool. They should have just charged $10. Yeah. I mean, I guess they would get less reviews because people would review the original game, not the paid part. I hope it sold well, but they shouldn't have done this. They shouldn't have done that. I kind of don't even want to get it to play it because I'm trying to save money right now. Even if I think it's the best game ever, I probably won't buy that thing. That's cool, but everything in this scene is made of keyboard keys. Oh. Are you a fan of Mass Effect? I forgot what you said. I've never played a game. Honestly, this trailer alone is worth selling it. If the game was literally just like this trailer, you click play and just play the trailer and then that was the game. Even that I think they should charge for. Because it's really good. There's obviously a bunch of work here. There's a lot of work here. This is like, I don't even know if animated. This is probably like 3D, maybe a pre-rendered cutscene. If this is in-game, that's crazy. If this sequence happens in-game, maybe it's probably not. Maybe this is just a cutscene. I have played a free game before that literally just has nothing different but like a payment thing. And I have done that before. I liked it enough that I just bought it. I think it's cool that they do that, but this is not, I don't know, maybe I need to see actual gameplay, but literally just this trailer I feel like it tells me enough about the quality. This is also, what is that, 98% positive? Wait, what is this? Recent reviews or English reviews? What? What about all reviews? They have 10K more non-English. It is a pretty short game, though. How does this guy have 35 hours? It looks like if you play it fast, you can finish in an hour and a half. If you play it slow, maybe it's 3 hours. And if you play it twice, then you get people who are like 6 hours. It's probably like a 2-3 hour game. But actually, how long is Undertale? I mean, this one might be hard to tell because probably people play it more than once before they review. This is kind of similar to Deltarune. All right, well, this looks awesome, honestly. This looks really cool. I feel like the jump between this and gameplay is probably pretty jarring. There's also very obvious style clashing. I don't know how to say it. The environment is like photo scanned textures. Your character's body or character bodies are like flat painted, like line art basically. And your gun looks like a Nerf gun for some reason. I thought this looked really, really funny. All right, but I finished with launch, so shader flip game. Shader flip game. Ugh. No, I'm not human. Oh, I know about that one. That was like popular, I feel like a year ago. I know that Markiplier just uploaded a video on it. He's like really late to that game. So that's all I got now? Yeah. Well, I finished, so I'm gonna put my stuff away and be right back. Okay, I got a full release. Oh, okay, so it was a demo before. All right. I was thinking about I've seen some stuff that was different in his playthrough than I saw before. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. Whoops. Okay. I think yeah. Cool. Alright, what have we got now? I think now, I mean, I pretty much have all the debug stuff. I kind of think I want to go ahead and shrink how tall this thing is. It's too tall. I don't need that much. What is Dan doing today? Napping. He's sleeping today. Debug node. So I'm gonna make this this is a good width. I mean, what do I think I want to reduce this by? Like 50%? Maybe like 30%? Alright, just please forget about me. Honestly, I'm gonna say 50%. I'm gonna make this half the size. I'm gonna cut it right there. This is just too tall. Why? That'll make it easy too. So it should just be 2.1. Save that. And then in the display, debug display, I think I control all of it here. Bottom is 1.733. I guess the size I intended to be 1872. So we're going to go to 936. And 936 over 1080 is 0.8. Tough. 0.867, I guess. All right. Cut it in half. I'm sure that'll probably just be correct when I run it. Oh, no. I have to also change the height of this to, what was it, 936? Yep. There we go. And I have to move it down. It's going to be way above his head right now. So 2.1, so we're going to be 1.05. Okay. Less ridiculous. Yeah, so I feel like I still get a good amount of... I can still see a good amount of stuff. And then, of course, I just have the full log. So if ever I'm like, all right, well, what actually happened? Then I can go over here, scroll up. I need to fix the mouse, actually. I forgot about that. I should turn off input, because I'm pretty sure if I do something like... I don't have a gun right now, but if I were to click... I guess it... Oh, interesting. Chat simulation. I guess actually if I have that text log input active, I should not be grabbing the mouse. So there's a couple things. Player, first of all, I'm not going to process any input. Yeah, I think I can probably just... Physics process happens all on its own. Right. Do we check any input here, though? We shouldn't. There should be no input check here. Yeah, no input check. Nice. So it'll still run physics just like normal. But in process... Yeah, I want to say... update vehicle. I don't actually have to... I need to run this. Okay. So... If... Alright, so up here in process, I'm going to do a check. I'll keep a little private variable just to cache it. And this will also kind of help for inventory, I suppose. Well, here's the thing. I think for inventory, I'm not going to have inventory. But if I ever get to something where I have some UI on the screen, I do like in games where you can open the inventory and you can keep walking around and keep moving, at least that, and still interact with the inventory with your mouse. It would still disable things like actions. I think jumping is... Actually, jumping would be movement. Stuff like interacting with objects, firing a gun, or whatever. Can't do that from your inventory, but you can still move around and do all your movement stuff. This one should be true. Although, when I run... Input mouse mode equals... Input mouse mode captured. Okay. If handle input, and we'll wrap that. If I'll actually leave accelerate and brake on there, and steering. Handbrake, sure, you can fully travel. Update vehicle camera. So what is this? Oh yeah, rotating X and Y, okay. Handle input, so looking and turning won't happen unless we are good there. And then let's scroll up to first person. Aim was triggered. Where is that used? I don't even know. I guess I want to do that, really. I'll do that. I will still accept movement input, because I do like that. Jump input. Flashlights. Don't want that. All this stuff will still run. Update first person camera. And I need to look at update weapon node. And update aiming. Update first person camera. Do all that. This is that. So yeah, what I want to do is this. If handle input. I guess the same thing here because I'm modifying it. If handle inputs. I guess the look transform can't change at this point. So I only need to worry about this if I've done any of that. Okay, and then update weapon node. Update aiming. Should aim. Aim is aiming. Actually, this might all be fun. Hey, R1. Yeah. Wow, I've just been illuminated. Okay. Fire primary triggered. Equals handle input and primary is triggered. There's a lot of stuff here that I gotta worry about. Wow, why didn't I think of doing this earlier? I guess input buffer will still happen. I don't want to change too much. I just want to add on top of only these ones, where I'm checking if something is triggered or not. And I don't actually have to wrap these two, but I'm gonna wrap them. So it's clear they go together. And as a final check, I'm gonna do is triggered everywhere. I think if I have, yeah, I guess I can just say this at the top. If not handle input, return. Handle inputs. Update aiming. Aim is triggered. Those two have to be true. I want to allow jumping, not flashlight. Exit vehicle. There it is. It's at the front. Handle input. Driving is fine. Same thing as movement. If switch ammo is triggered, so this needs to be handle input. I don't know how I missed that one, because this one was right here. Alright, that's all of them. Okay. And then just gonna double check. There's a look input here. Look dot. These all need to be inside of a handle input. Cool. Alright. Now, when I open this thing, it should... my camera should stop moving. Nice. And then if I click, it does do a bit of a weird thing. But it's actually fine, I guess. I mean, I guess that actually makes sense, right? We detach and then I click back and I'm back, right? Although... now I'm typing there. So... let me see if I go mouse captured. Maybe I need to turn off input. So this can be in the... yeah, okay. So there's a couple other things I wanted to do. I want to make it so that when... if I capture the mouse... actually, there's some other time, but I guess here... if I capture the mouse, I want to turn off... if, what is it, log? Text log is input active. Then I want to turn this off. Stop typing in the text log. And I think there's somewhere else. I mean, that's actually probably it. If I just capture the mouse, I should stop. I should stop typing. So if I go around here and then I can type, blah, 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 and then I click. And I can press enter to go back into it, which is nice, but it doesn't detach the mouse. So it should detach the mouse when I do that. So I think I can do that here, probably. Yeah. Alright, so now I can probably do an else here. Although I don't like that I'm doing this, but it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Oh, I guess the only thing is I need to test this, yeah. So if I open it, here's my thought. If I open it, so I press enter, I've detached the mouse. I click, I'm captured again, and then I press enter, detached. If I press escape, does that? I mean, I guess it all works. So I can press enter to go back into it, and I can type. Although, I don't know why my mouse teleported over there, that was weird. 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 When I click in there, it will... okay, so this is another thing. When I try to capture... focus exited. So yeah, just back to this one. I want to not be editing. So, or text log is input active. Actually... Oh, wait. This should return if it's editing. Yeah, just do is editing, actually. Actually, okay, so something weird is gonna happen here, I think. Press enter, I'm not captured. I click, I want the click here to go back. It's being weird. Yeah, it is being a little weird. You know what? I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. It's a little bit strange that teleports the mouse. But for now, I'll put it to do here. Because this would bother me. I feel like this is one of those like small things that you should be able to fix. Basically what's happening is when I click anywhere... Okay, actually, maybe this is what I need to check. If I click, I should check if I've clicked the box. I should be able to know that. So I'll leave that out there, and I'll stop typing. But when I click... Where is it? It's up here. Nope. Is it here? I don't know who's on your list. I would rather not. Should this be up here? Should the click be up here? It should be, right? Yeah, this is... Yeah. I think I only want to focus if I click on something that... has not taken focus. What do I get here? Surely somewhere I can ask, like, what's underneath it, right? Okay. Is it... Alright. Input event from window, input event with modifiers, input event mouse. From window. So then I can get the window that I clicked. Is that right? With modifiers. If I have any buttons pressed. Window. ID of a window. Okay, so how do I get the window from the ID? Would it be like viewport get window? Maybe I can... I was gonna say, how do I know what's been clicked? I should be able to know. Okay, I guess I have to look it up because it's probably buried in some wild documentation somewhere. Godot get clicked GUI element. What? How to differentiate between GUI and world clicks? That's what I want to know. That's actually what I want to know. Dude, who is this person? I've seen this profile picture before. Dude. Get viewport, GUI pick. So would it? No. No. You can't do that. Okay. Let's try GUI pick. Let's see what that is. GUI. It's gone. Is it gone? Looks like it's gone. Oh, maybe get hovered control. Returns the control that the mouse is currently hovering over. That's what I want. That's actually exactly what I want. So if I get a hovered control and it implements text edit, then don't capture the mouse. That's what I want. If it was pressed, skip if we are hovering a node like line editor. This VTuber went to another level. They said they wrote that software themselves. I was wasting my vacation on the wrong person. Are we gossiping about other streamers? Hovered GUI, I guess. Control equals get tree root hovered control in a positive way. Oh, okay. So you weren't saying that they were a waste of your time. You're saying that I was a waste of your time. Okay. If no control as a cursor returns null, the leaf node or deepest level which claims hover. If the mouse is within the control tree, is ancestor of. Yeah, no crap. Okay. If hovered, what is that? If not hovered, we can do that. Otherwise, I gotta do some checks. Or not oh, what was it? Hovered is ancestor of a specific node. Okay. None of these are true. So I want to use ors. Hovered GUI is line edit or is it text edit? Either one of those two. Okay, so now, wrong person being I'm the wrong person. So now if I click here, we're not teleporting that. Okay, well, that's fine. If I click here, we don't teleport the mouse. Nice. Clicking here is not teleporting the mouse. That's awesome. All right, that's what I wanted. Clicking here. All right, cool. I fixed it. Pressing escape is no longer closing it, though. All right, so that's a problem now. Pressing escape is not closing it. A homemade full-body VTuber and available on GitHub. Yeah, but now it's not capturing if I don't. Wait, what happened? Right, I was focused on it and I clicked escape. And it didn't close. That should have been... Did that also mean pause wasn't working? Yeah, pause wasn't working either. So... Alright, that's why I want this this escape line here, so I gotta go back and add that. I got rid of it because I thought it was never gonna happen, but now it's happening, so I have to bring that back. This would be in, I swear, script. Script? I'm on the wrong repo. Like stirring the pot, but I just caught here not 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Script. Global. Not. global. Wait. Oh, this is really poorly organized. My world script is here, but this is like a generic. Because then I have world scene, which is the actual game. But where's this line? It's gone. Go back to this one. Browse repository at this point. How do you not trust me to follow my lead? Not in script. Scene. Is it here? Nice. Except generic escape key press to get out of input mode. Is input active? Let's actually say this. If I press escape and text log is expanded, if input is active, do that. Actually, let me do this. If I press escape, is input active? Turn that off. And also want to do if text log. If that wasn't true, okay. If input was not active, wait, yeah, what happened? Oh yeah, it is just this. It is just this. It is. Wait, is it? Is it this? I'm confused. What happened? I need to reproduce it. I press enter. I clicked escape. I pressed enter. I click. I'm captured. And then I hit escape. Right, okay, so pause is not happening. Alright, so that's what happened. Used as a litmus test quite a few times, so I'm careful now. What's going on? If text log is input active, return. If text log input active, what? What's happening? Alright, let me check this, I guess. If... do that. And then... I'm actually really confused what's going on there. We have gone and raised singly bad as a ringleader. Oh, okay. So I click there, and then I click, and then I hit escape at the breakpoint. Text input is active. What does this return? It returns true, so then I set it to false. Okay. I'm going to continue. And unfortunately we just paused, so... oh, wait, it's still... okay, so yeah, now... okay, so now it's totally bugged, right? It's definitely bugged here. So I get here. Input is active. Should only be if we're editing it. Or has focus. Ah. There we go. Oh, and then when I capture the mouse, I want to... I set this to false, so we call unedit. And it would be unedit, release focus, collapse. Why are those not happening? Seems like those aren't happening. Enter, I hit escape, we're good. I enter, I click, I'm captured, I hit escape. I have a breakpoint. Nice, we're gonna pause. And then I hit this, and we're gonna stop that too. Alright, so if I hit enter and hit escape, it closes. If I do this and hit escape, we leave it open. Okay. And it closes one by one. It's a little interesting. So if I click and then I click here and then hit escape, it does that. Okay. Alright, so I need it to be when I lose focus. Honestly, I just don't like that this focus thing is like very much disrespecting. Very much disrespecting what's actually happening here. I want it to stop being focused. Press enter. We're about to open, right? I go to visible. I also go to visible again, just to be sure. Continue. If I click off, what should have happened is when I clicked off, it should have come in here and said, oh, we're not editing anymore. All right, let me do this. Yeah, if input is active, is editing. Man, that's okay. Right, this is what the issue is. When I'm clicking off, it's not... This is a problem, right? It's not losing focus when it should be losing focus. So if I start by hitting enter, and let me... Yeah. Yeah, see, it's not calling this when I click off of it. Okay, now it's actually gonna like do it. Why is it still there? Oh, because it hid one of the elements, that's why. Oh, man. This thing is really annoying. I hit enter. We're good. I click. I'm not editing anymore, right? Because I'm typing and it's not going, but I didn't... It's still... Hitting the toggle isn't even toggling it. So stupid. I hit escape, and it's going to do that. Okay. So hitting escape... Like what? Is it... Okay, wait, I've got an idea. I think I know what's happening. So when I get here, so I hit enter. Sure, whatever. Continue. Now I'm gonna click. This is actually, this should return, this has to return true. Yeah. Step in here. If I'm setting it, wait, am I setting it to false? Yeah, I'm setting it to false. Or actually, yeah, I'm setting it to false. Step in, is editing, unedit, Inject input. Okay. So now my assumption is that I'm not going to get that call. I didn't get the call. So calling unedit doesn't trigger editing toggled. That's really stupid. That is so stupid, actually. That's gotta be an engine fix. I'm calling that a bug. That's straight up a bug. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so, oh, because I have caps lock turned on apparently. Could that? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Clicking escape does it correctly. It also doesn't release focus either. It's so dumb. Why doesn't it release focus? Well, it does release focus. It just doesn't update like its drawing thing. It still draws as if it's being. This thing is broken. This thing is a mess. Line edit. Unedit. Deselect on focus loss enabled. Deselect. What now? Deselect on focus loss enabled. Why is that not true by default? Set deselect on focus loss enabled. Why there's so many errors? Not my fault. Okay. Seriously. Deselect on focus loss enabled. Text will be deselected. Okay. It's still showing it highlighted as if it's focused though. Never mind. Alright, that's something else. Unedit. Yes, this isn't calling edit. Edit true. Okay, where's the signal? Emit. Signal. Do I really gotta manually emit it? I guess I actually do. No, that's... Okay. Well, seeing how they use it, this is really stupid. Edit should be emitting the signal, not all of this. Why would they do that? I really have to admit it myself. I mean, I guess not an engine bug, just silly. That's silly. The fact that I have to manually emit this after calling edit and unedit is just dumb. It's dumb. So now release focus is going to work, right? Release focus is going to work. Hit enter. I click. What's happening? I don't need that. Enter, click. Is that fine? That's not fine. I don't like that. I would like the... I mean, actually, maybe that is fine. Maybe that is fine. Enter and I click. No, that's not fine. Because what if I click... Yeah. Okay, that's not fine. So, If I click over there, it captures it. Clicking here is fine. Clicking there is not. I can figure that out later. I don't have text in there yet that I want to like copy. But if I do this, and then I hit escape, it's there. If I click off, it's not deselecting it. Okay. Why does clicking not deselect that? I feel like it should always do that. Yeah, you know, let's say if I click a color rect, or actually, yeah, let me do this. Or hovered GUI, this altogether is color rect and hovered, and the hovered GUI as color rect dot color dot alpha is greater than, I don't know, let's just say 0.01. Let's say A8 is greater than, what's like a super transparent value? 10? If we're over 10, I don't want to focus. So now I can click like a background element or something that's got stuff on it. I guess that means I could click UI elements and... Alright, maybe not. Mouse filter stop. Alright, let me set mouse. Let me check if the mouse filter... and hover GUI mouse filter. It's an enum. I'm assuming these values are increasing. Alright, what is this? Will receive mouse inputs, and if clicked on, also receive. I guess if it's ignore and over GUI mouse filter does not equal. If it's not ignore, what is this? Control. If it's color rect and it's not ignoring, right? So probably also, and it's if I click here, cool, we're not going out of it. Click here, nice. Okay, it worked. Clicking here, nice. I don't think I actually have any other color rects, but that's what I wanted to make sure I don't do, is that I don't allow myself to click on something like this and not capture, because clicking down here should capture. But clicking here and clicking there is good. or whatever GUI is label and is selectable. 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 What? Is it really in label settings? No. There's got to be something here where you can like select text, right? Maybe it's only rich text. Is it only rich text? There's deselect on focus loss. Yeah, selection enabled. Okay. If the label allows selection. I guess that's just not there. Which I guess is fine. So if I have a rich text label and we are selectable, so I don't do label, just rich text label. Cool. We got one of those. All right. So now this should also allow me to okay, I don't know why we're instantly paused. So if I stand here and I do what, enter, I can click and it bugged out. Okay. Stop looking at me. Thanks. Hit enter. I click and I click and... Oh, selection is not enabled. Right, okay. Let me turn on selection then. That's what I wanted to do because I might want to copy this stuff. Markup. Text selection. Drag and drop of selected text. Sure. Also, I can really just like type something in here. Blah, 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 blah. Unknown command. Click and it's weird now. Okay. Okay. Why did that not work? It should be like stopping me. I didn't have to close it. It highlighted. It highlighted. Click. Hovered. Mouse filter stop. That's what it should be. Is there something? No, there's nothing rendering in front of it. Could it be that I'm selecting? No, no, no. It says right now that I'm clicking this rich text label, which has that. That's what I clicked. I mean, it skipped it. It did skip it. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, we're turning off editing now. Oh, if we turn off editing... Collapse on leaving edit mode. You know what, maybe what I want to do is if I leave editing because I pressed escape, then I do this. You know what? Let me just, I think, just leave that to get rid of that, actually. Just don't do that. That makes sense to me. Click. Give me some text so I can select it. And I hit the breakpoint. Which I actually didn't want to because I know that it's working. Enter. I can't select it. It's being... Click. Okay, so it's being really weird. Oh, okay. I actually know why. It's because I'm telling it to capture the mouse here. Yeah, because I'm not minimizing it now. Is there a way I can call into this? Actually, this is going to happen anyway. So when I click, this is going to happen anyway, and it's going to try to capture it. So I don't need to worry about... No. Alright, let me do this. Try capture mouse. I will go in here. If we're over the window, we'll do this. Yeah, do not capture the mouse, and I'll actually say return here. And then I'll do another check. Check that we are not hovering a mouse intercepting GUI element. Over to control, GUI and GUI mouse filter does not equal ignored. Return. Alright, so this should handle it now. That should handle that. Okay, so I click, I will type, and then I will select. Sweet. Click around, and then I can click back, and clicking back isn't working. Okay. Well, now we're just busted. So, yeah, let me do a test there, I guess. So I hit enter, and I'm going to click. Cool. What are we hovering? We are hovering this crosshair root. This one really has a mouse filter. Oh, okay. Mouse filter stop. If we are equal to stop, then we're done. If it's propagate up, I guess I have to keep checking its parent. If it is stop, then we're done. Let me do while GUI. If GUI filter is stop, I return. Otherwise, mouse filter is pass. Then I say GUI is equal to GUI parent get parent as control. So keep going up. Otherwise, break. We're done. We found one that's neither stop nor pass. Okay, this should be good. This should handle it. So I can click on those ones because they have a stop. Click. I'm back in captured, and we deselected it. Great. I can press enter again. I should be able to press enter again to reselect it. But I guess that's fine. I can close it like that. I can hit enter. That doesn't do anything. If I hit enter here, then we're good. I can click. I can click. I can click. I click. Apparently there's a block there, but clicking there captures. Okay. So something on the UI is blocking. I'm not sure what. I mean, I guess I can literally just check what's blocking it. Enter, I click here. What do we got? So I'm clicking the progress bar. Does the progress bar stop the mouse? Apparently the progress bar stops the mouse, so that's the immediate problem. It's not really important that I fix this, to be honest, but I'm going to, just as good practice. This health bar is going to go away, but it shouldn't be blocking input right now. Yeah, just for good practice. It's probably in like a UI folder. Yeah. HUD. This health bar is blocking mouse input. Ignore. Does anything else? Yeah, those make sense to be default. A texture. Pass. Okay. Cool. Right, bunch of little UI things that were really bothering me. I can click there and I don't need that. Okay, we're captured. I want to be able to hit enter to go, whoops. I think I just like dragged my mouse off the top and then dragged it back in. Is that what happened? Oh, what did I do? Weird. Did I click by accident? I must have clicked by accident then. I would like if the mouse is captured to hit enter to go back into it. So let me change that. If the mouse is captured, I can also go back into it. If text log is not expanded, or To do focus input on text log and only on the first open, don't refocus. Why did I make that a to do? That's already what it does. If not, text log is expanded or input mouse mode equals input mouse mode captured. Focus only if not expanded or mouse is captured. All right, does this all feel right to me? Click enter, I click, hit enter again, I'm back to typing, yada yada, enter, click, hit enter, da da da, hit escape, it stays open, hit escape, it stays open, hit that, it closes, hit that, hit enter, hit escape. Okay, cool, that's what I like, that's what I wanted to happen. If I click and then I, whoop. Wait, what happened just now? Am I like clicking in between something? Oh, that's funny. I think I'm like clicking in between the text and it's, Alright, here's what I think I want to do. When I add a log, I'm going to do this. I'm going to count logs by line count. Actually, I can't really do that. Because what's happening here, something definitely very annoying is that I can't click here and drag down. That's really annoying. I think the only way to allow that to happen is if this was all one text edit. Also, I don't like that it highlights like that. I really don't want that to highlight. So how can I make these all one rich text and track the number of lines? I can use append text. That's fine. Then I can keep it all in one. But somehow I have to keep track of deleting that text from the front. Which if I do that, I mean, I basically have to reparse the whole thing. I can modify text directly. I could access... I don't know. I actually don't know. If I can iterate... No. What would I do? I would very simply just look for a new line and then delete the new line. But the problem is if it sits between... If it sits inside of any tags, I would have to move it. Actually, no. I would know for a fact that it's not between any tags. I would know for a fact because I control how it's added. So there can be like a new line, but that's just like a wrapped line. Actually, what it does is line breaks, I think, use like the /R. New lines use the /N. So I can make it so if I ever type in a /N, I convert it to a /R. And I reserve very specifically that /N for myself. So when I want to remove a log, I can yeah, I can I guess I could also find just some way in code like on my side to handle this case. Or if I click and I drag, like if I do this and I go down, it selects the rest of that line and starts selecting the next line beneath it from the start. I do still have the issue where there's like a thin line between these two that I can click somewhere. Yeah, I'm clicking it right here. I'm clicking right now and it's not selecting the other one. So there's like a thin gap here too. I mean, I guess I can just set that to like stop mouse input. Let me try this. Let me see if I can handle that myself. Because that would be ideal. Then I don't have to change this code. It maybe makes it a little bit more complicated, but then I don't have to worry about doing crazy stuff. Do I have like a select started signal? That'd be nice. Signals. Meta clicked. It's fully loaded. Yeah. So how does selection work? If the label allows text, what if it's actually like, all right, let me look this up. Let me just look this up. I had a thought maybe there's an accessibility thing where I can still like the next node so that it helps it to know what to do if I click and drag outside of it. Let me just search it. Godot select text across multiple rich text label. What do you think, AI? Yeah, it was just going to tell me the same thing that I was thinking of. Just as a wonder, I just wonder. There is this not accessibility. What is it? Is it focus? Neighbor bottom. Let me keep trying to look through this. Dang. It looks like it's not a thing. Let me just say select multiple rich text label. Select a rich text label. All right, I don't know. I definitely need to know this one at least. Hey, Yo-Yo. All right, you know what? Can't do it. Can't do it. Won't do it. It's not a big deal. But I will go ahead and make the... I guess I can set up the, like, focus top and bottom. And the next and previous. So that they, so that when I do stuff, it will just, like, you know, kind of be nice. Logs, log entry, and then I will do so let's say log entry. What are these? Focus next. Node paths. Focus next. Or sorry, actually focus previous. Never mind. Struggling with typing while gaming. Yeah. I was more thinking about like something in the log. I click and select a bunch of logs all at once, you know? But the way I have it is each one of these is their own individual rich text, which works great for like putting on the screen really fast. But when selecting, it means I can only select one line at a time. I can't select, like, that would just be really annoying. So, it's something in the future for sure. So, this one, I know that the log entry... I guess let me do this. Let me do... Previous is control. Logs contain control. Will be logs pause mod oldest -1 max logs. If we have it, then log entry. Actually, wait, no. I want the previous and the next, which is like tab and shift tab, to go back to the input. So I just want neighbor top. Focus neighbor top equals previous. And then previous focus bottom is this log entry. Node path. Yeah. And then if we have is writable. Actually, I'll just take that one off. I can hit tab, just go down. But alright, so now I was also thinking maybe somehow this allows me to select across multiple ones. That'd be really cool if it was, but I kind of doubt it. I have a problem. Right, yeah. Well, I don't know why it doesn't tell me. It told me this one was wrong, but in all of these ones, it was like, oh yeah, you can do that, sure, whatever. It's totally right. Yeah, it doesn't work. But up and down. I mean, I guess it already actually knows, but I've hit... Wait, really? That's annoying. Tab was supposed to put it... What? Wait, log entry... Oh, this is supposed to be text. Text. Weird, but okay. Log entry focus next is that. You know, let me just do that. Let me just do this. Next will be, or sorry, previous. So let me do this. If previous, I want to do previous equals this text. Get the margin text. And then this would be text. Focus neighbor top is that one. Focus neighbor bottom will be empty. Previous focus neighbor bottom will be this one. And then previous focus next will be text. And text focus previous will be previous path. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. So maybe if like it's a crazy world, then it doesn't work. Then up and down, work. I hit tab, which I mean that still is like not exactly what I wanted. Whatever, apparently I can't have that. Okay. Whatever. I think I fiddled with it enough. It's getting pretty good, but apparently all this is for nothing. So I'm just gonna get rid of all that. It literally did nothing for me. It already knew. I mean, I guess it's like the vertical thing controls that, so that's probably why it already knew what I wanted to do. Right? Whatever. Can I pull your repo and type God now? I mean, you can, but nothing happens. And yes, you could do it now. This is already in there. Unknown command. I should have a God command. Okay, what have I got? I don't think I did anything there. Yeah. That's a lot of changes. And input tracker saved apparently, so. Add Yoya there as a command to half your health. Funny. To cut your health in half. You know what, why not? That actually is just kind of funny to me. Just like that. Was that 2 L's? Wait, that's 2 L's? I do have to get the player. How do I get the player? I guess I can get the current camera and then get the player. I don't need a free coffee anymore. This is funny. How can I get player? Because I want to just be the person who typed it. I want to go ahead and get just 1 L. Okay. How do I know who types it? Because it's possible I can have multiple player nodes in the world. I guess one just would be current, right? One's like a true player. How do I get the current player? I mean, it should be global world, right? Like, probably global world keeps track of this. We keep track of the world. I'll just say that. And for now, when player is created, I just make them down here. Just cuts your health in half. Is it life? Health? I actually have no idea how I set this up. If from heart. If Earthboxes does not have I guess I would run check health. If is alive is true. If is alive is false. If emit died. I feel like I just need a generic, like, hurt thing. Let me just do this. Take damage, some amount. A very generic thing. Was alive, is alive. I think all of that, actually. There we go. Damage from part, damage and hit. A little bit weird. It's not part of the game. Okay. Can I find hurt? I thought I just capitalized it. Damage from part hit. So now I can just generically call take damage. And then hopefully that didn't break anything. I'll do a what should I do? Log. Add log. Call deferred. There we go. It deletes half of my health. Every time. Alright. Some of the C fumbling and Olmix came, basically an omen. Alright, well, there. Damage, a damage command for no reason. That works, check health on hit. I mean, in theory, this should be exactly the same because it's just calls take damage, which was the exact same what that was there before. Just now I don't have these extra checks. On hit relies on certain things being present. Damage just whenever. You have 2 Africans in your chat. Dude, I'm not being racist anymore. Okay. That's just silly. Alright. I want this to go away. I'll close these. Yeah, that's good. That I don't think I'm gonna mess with. I might keep messing with this, but I'm not sure. Save 3 times. There we go. Input tracker keeps saving. I just... What's going on? I have it open, that's why. Okay. And I save 3 times. Okay. Either watch on anything to make a point. Handle input. Okay, so... Oh, right. I should be able to... I didn't really test this. I should be able to... If I hit play... I hit... Okay. I hit enter. I click. I'm not editing anymore. I am editing. I want to lose focus. Why? You just send a message and then I click, and now if I... Awesome. I can move around, but the mouse is unlocked. That's what I wanted to happen. Sweet. Click back, we're locked in. If I click here, I can move around. Cannot move around there. Excellent. My heart E1. What? What does that mean? Local variable world is shadowing an already declared variable. World. Oh. I can just delete that line. Local variable player is shadowing an already... Okay. Audio player. Okay. Close some of these things. Alright. What have we got? So I just tested that. That works. I can walk around, but I can't. I'm assuming I won't be able to shoot either because I do all that stuff everywhere. You know what? That is a good question, actually. What if I have a gun and I click? I need to make sure that that's not going to shoot the gun. You know what? I bet it probably will. It probably will, won't it? I know that the revolver will charge when I do this. So it's charged. So if I click here, I have to type something. Click, I can walk around. Now if I click here, it shoots. Okay. Yeah. So I don't want that to happen. How can I make that not happen? I guess I can check on the previous frame. Because I'm sure what's happening is I get here to the process and I set it to some value. I could do that down here. And then I think we're fine. Though it's a bit silly, I think. I don't know if there's a better way to do this though. Let's do this. Yeah. Update at the end of the frame in case we just focused on the game. Otherwise, guns tend to shoot when clicking back in. I'm sure that should fix it. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna be baffled. Oh, maybe it's buffering the input. Oh, you know what? That's what it is, isn't it? It is buffering the input. Yeah, it did it anyway. Okay. So yeah. I need to make sure I can't buffer inputs if I don't have that. So let me go to somewhere where I buffer an input and check what I do. Oh, fire can buffer. Maybe this should be handle input. If fire can buffer. So yeah, let me just say that fire can buffer will be equivalent to handle input. I'm specifically not buffering that. I think I still have to do this the frame after. So I still have to update at the end of the frame. But this should stop me from buffering that input. I feel like that's what's happening. Okay. Enter. Type a message. Click here. It fired anyway. So how is that happening? That's really weird. I'm actually not sure why that happens. Use the longer buffer if we are charging. Okay. Update input buffer. Yeah, so one of these got to be getting called, right? I guess I can also put a breakpoint here in case it's succeeded. So I'll know. The thing is, I should know who buffers it. And I should know how it ends up firing. Okay? And then I have to make that not happen. So we charge, enter, I'll type, I'll click back. All right. Okay. So handle input is currently true. How is that possible? How is handle input true? Handle input is true if we go to captured. Okay, let me do this. If input mouse mode is in captured, and then I say if not handle input is true. Else if handle input is false. Okay, so I want to specifically check here. I want to find out where this happens. Where do I set it to true after clicking? Because basically what that means is I click, then I go to capture, and then the action activates. I guess that makes sense that it activates. But it should also activate... Maybe it's like if I click and it triggers for more than one frame. Maybe that's it. So I should be able to see it then. So if I click here and then click back, so we're flipping it back to true. So that means this update we missed it. We didn't fire. If we did fire, I'd hear the sound, I think. Or just, you know, we'd hit a breakpoint when we fire. So we haven't fired yet. But I bet the action for firing is going to be triggered still. It should be triggered now. It should be triggered now. Value bool is on. Yeah? So it's triggered. It should be triggered now, which is what I thought. Maybe I need a modifier for pressed, so we only trigger it the first time we click it. And we don't trigger it again. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, triggered seconds. 106 is at the delta. That also is the delta. Okay. So it's been triggered this long. So then I hit continue. And I'm guessing now that I've done all that, it's actually not going to fire. Yeah, so it didn't fire this time. So this is an input thing. I can fix it by making it pressed, which means it only activates the first time I click. But I kind of have a slight problem. If I click and hold for an automatic weapon, it should be running continuously, right? It should be on as long as I'm holding it down. So I could split it so that... No. All right, here's what I got. Actually, here's what I got. So this will be a very generic way to fix this. Then I can move handle inputs maybe to the top. I don't know. I think I'll leave it at the bottom and see if I can flip it around. You know what? Let me say before I update it, I want to have like a can fire, which operates on the current value. So if we were captured last frame, we can fire this frame, right? So then I can at least have this move up here where it makes sense to have it. And I'm gonna have like a can fire switch, which I think I already have. Fire can buffer. I would have like a fire ready. Yeah, let me say fire can be activated. Will be true. Fire can be buffered. I don't... Yeah, this is always set before it's red, right? Yeah, this is always set before it's red. Right, I just have it there so that I can transfer it, persist the change to it over time. So what I actually need to do is I need to say check first of all if we could not fire the last frame, if we could not fire the last frame, force a... This is also literally a real thing. Force a trigger reset. Force a trigger reset for fire primary. Then fire ready is false. Okay, cool. So now shooting requires a lot of things to be true. If fire ready and input, so this would be fire ready and handle input. So up here, I can check if not primary is triggered. Or I would say if not fire ready and not fire primary is triggered, then fire ready is true. So we turn it on here when we are not pressing the button, and we turn it off when the last frame we could not press the button. Okay. This is a lot of... Is it crap? I don't know. It's just stuff. There's just a lot of stuff that I have to check. So this will force me to release the mouse before I can fire again. So I can type, click back. We didn't fire. Excellent. I can type again. I can click and hold and drag around, and then I release, and we're good. And I click, and we shoot. Nice. So I'm sure it's not going to change anything, but I'm just going to check that the rifle still works. If I go here, and I click and come back, nothing's happening. We're not even triggering a charge. I release, nothing happens. I click, I trigger a charge. Come back here, click and hold, nothing happens. Release. Awesome. That's what I want to see. Okay. Fire can be activated, disabled when mouse is not captured. Keyboard player self. Handle input and interact is triggered. I have a random new line there. Should that be there? Line 283. I mean, this one should actually be here, so that's going to stay. That's a split between, like, native functions and custom functions, so. All this handle input stuff. Aiming. Flashlights. All that. If fire is not ready and fire primary is not triggered, set fire ready to true. Triggered as fire ready and handle input and primary fire is triggered. Then fire can buffer is going to be fire ready and handle input. So only fire ready. And handle input, yeah. All those things. I was kind of wondering about the charge, but I guess the fire will buffer a charge if we need to charge. I guess that's how that works, right? Maybe I can just verify it really quick. Charge buffering happens. We buffer a primary if it's buffered. Then I guess down here, what happens is the charge checks if we have a fire primary buffered. Yeah. And then we charge it. So I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, because I never buffer it. Okay, that's why. I never buffer it, so that's why this never happens. Good. All right. I was wondering why I wasn't charging, but the charge reads a buffered fire. And I can't buffer that because I can't fire. So cool. It's nice when certain things like that just work out because the logic was already solid. Weapon switch, can't do it. Maybe I should allow weapon switch. No, because I might be on the scroll wheel, right? Scrolling up and down. I don't want to switch weapons when I scroll up and down. Because I could be on a text log. And that stencil flag I want to get rid of. Debug node T scene. I want to get rid of that. Wait, what? Why is it actually saying stencil flags? And now environment saving again. Oh my god. Yeah, why is that there? Okay, I'm gonna go delete that line. Just manually delete it. That's really annoying. It's like line 13 or something. Stupid stuff. Reload. Close it. Close it. Go back here, hit save 3 times. All right. Text log is expanded or we are captured. Focus it. Generic escape key press. Do not capture mouse return. GUI checks. Anchor bottom. I made that smaller. Right, the transform did change. I added take damage. Honestly, what I should do is just put take damage underneath that. That's what I should do. So then all that code seems to stay there, and we're just basically adding this line above it. So yeah, I'm gonna move that code down. Where is it? Script. It's like life resource or something. Life. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna move all this down there. Okay. This dog is busting down my door. What are you doing, rat? Yo, are you okay? You okay? He may need to go out. We'll go out. We will. Yep, nice. So now it's just adding 2 lines. The code isn't moving. Windows off and the few other conditions are met. All of that. Hang on, Red. We'll go. Audio player now. Added world, added player. I have to manually emit those because it's dumb. Subpixel positioning just added for some reason, I guess. What? Okay, no, some of this is just straight up random stuff. What is that? Good boy, Red. Hang on. Okay, I gotta take him out now. I'll be right back. I'm back. I wonder if I should get one of those like mats on the ground for my chair, so it's not sitting just on bare carpet. I can move it easier. Alright, this makes me mad. I gotta go manually fix that. And then I think I have to manually delete those lines. Those just don't make any sense. No idea why those appeared. Oh my gosh, I'm using like the scrolling weird, so it's like doing weird stuff. Okay. So debug log, just line 5. Wait, which ones are the lines? Yeah, the first number. Don't know why those appeared. And then that line, I just need to change that 1, 9, and a bunch of numbers back to 2. Also, wait, shader parameter size. HUD. Why is the size not just a normal number? Line 17. Shader material. I don't even know. I don't even know. Dude, Godot just has this weird way of like randomly modifying some stuff, but not other ones. Like this rotation, it definitely could have reread that and written like a more precise value, but it just didn't. It literally just didn't. But this one, it for some reason read and wrote back. Don't understand it. Okay, so I don't have weird stuff happening. All right. I'm just adding everything. A double check on the staged. Handle input stuff. Just a ton of it. Generic escape key press. Checking if I could be clicking onto something that wants the mouse. I cut that in half. I had to take damage as a function, which is now just 3 line changes. Epic. And instead of deleting like 20 lines and adding 20 lines, it's just adding 3 lines. Added player. Don't capture in some places. Actually, maybe that handles now. Does try capture... Wait, does try capture handle that? Because that's like the super generic way to handle that. Yeah, this is try capture. Okay. So I might be able to get rid of all of that. Just literally get rid of all of that and just call try capture. So this is in global, global world in this ready thing. So yeah, let me see if I can just do that. See if I can remove that. Let me go and clean some of this stuff up. Don't quite need all of this open right now. I mean, it should. This should handle it. I'm gonna leave that. Whoops. Leave that. Whoops. Leave that commented out. Leave this up. And just do that. So this is like a fully generic, I click on the screen and it focuses. So cool, yeah, we're not capturing the mouse. Then I click and we capture. Okay, so yeah, I don't need that. I click off, I click back, it handles it. Cool. Alright, yeah, I don't need that. delete that comment. And unfortunately, okay, it actually didn't try to add that back in. Okay. Player handle input stuff. World input. If we end up clicking a control that wants to try and take mouse, we won't focus. I split that in half. Change that name. Added a command. Let me... I kind of want to leave this as its own commit. So I think I can just do git restore staged script global world, git restore staged character layer. So now I want to do, yeah, all right, okay. Fetch. No, and then there's one that's like yes to everything else. Stage this hunk and all later hunks in this file. Yeah, A. So now I'm just leaving that line out. Not that one. Yeah, not that one, technically. It's not actually related. That one I do want to stage now. Not that one. Okay. So the only things here is just adding that command. All the stuff I needed to add that command. Okay. Alright. All of that was good. Oh, and I guess the take damage actually too. So this whole, all the changes to this file was only to support this command. Right? Yeah, like literally just 2 lines to add a take damage command or method. Okay, back here. Yeah, because I want to make that command its own command. Nice. All right. Commit. This is work on mouse capturing and text log. Input. Yeah, just improve interactions with text log. And improve. Yeah, let me just call improve mouse capturing and text log input. Improve mouse capturing by ignoring when clicking on mouse, stopping GUI nodes. And disable most player inputs when mouse is not captured, but allow movement controls. Allow movement controls, and then handle firing weapon when recapturing the mouse via click. Okay. And then add the rest of it. One last check. Add take damage. Cool. Add player damage command for fun. Tabulated cut player health in half. Cool. Alright, so I think I'm there with at least this text log. Everything seems pretty much the way I want it. I'm handling, you know, pausing when I do something like that. I teleport my mouse away. If I were to do this and drag my mouse out, we don't pause, which is good. I didn't actually think that that would happen, but that's what I want to happen. I don't want it to pause when I do that. I can come back and click in, and we're captured. I can do this, type a message, and now I can use have to click there. Whoops. Okay, that's one thing I forgot to fix, but I can move around. I actually need this like margin container to stop the mouse. I think it's the... Actually, I have no idea. Log? Yeah. So I have this log entry. So this, what if I make this one stop? So if I click on the side here, so normally the text is only as large as that. But if I click on the side of it, first of all, can I still select it? And can I click on the side of it to still be blocked? Okay, so I can still select this, that's good. I don't seem to be able to click in between, which is great. Nice. Okay, I can't click between anymore. Awesome. Great. Alright, so surely that's not going to cause any huge problems in the future. These margins should be zeros. I guess I can also make this one stop too. Just in case for some reason I add margins. I don't know. am back. Hello, welcome back. So I do that and I click. I can't click between and I can still select it. Awesome. Nice. Okay. So yeah, I just needed to add that. Needed to add that. So it should just be saying, okay, subpixel positioning, are we really adding that back? Why'd you not do that in the first place? Why did you not do that in the first place? Why are we doing that now? That is so stupid. Wait, what? Is that what happens? It sets to auto and then... What? Why did it turn off? Wait, why did it turn off? No, that's weird, because I'm pretty sure I went into that and said, okay, stop doing this. And then it should have just left it like that. So I click close, go here. I apparently have to say this 3 times even when I just open it because it's going to like resave it even when I never clicked save on it. Open this back up. Click here. Inspector. Disabled. Are we for real right now? Okay. I actually kind of really hate that. That it's doing that. Because it's writing this back and saving it. It shouldn't be saving it. It should be like a different thing that... Whatever, I guess I gotta commit it. I guess I am being forced to do it. Thanks, Godot. Guess I'm being forced to do it. What's changed now? Oh, now it's gonna delete it. Okay, cool. Yeah. If there's an auto option, then it should not like overwrite itself and save back. It should save itself as being auto. That's what's happening. Because what if I change it? Now it's still going to be disabled. So then I have to set it back to auto. Whatever. Fix clicking between text log entries. Allow the margins around log entries to after mouse clicks, so clicking between entries doesn't capture the mouse to the main game. Okay. Right. No. It was crazy. None of that was actually even listed as a to-do. I just went through all of that. Wow. Huh. Do you know where the parameters tab is for animation tree? Like, are you asking legitimately? Parameters tab. I know what you mean. Here. Oh, wait, wait. It shows up there, doesn't it? It does show up here, I think. If I were to say, oh, what is it? Is it this one? Condition, is running, right? Is this what you're looking for? So if I add a condition to like a transition, you're looking for that. Then you just do like, what is it, copy property path. And then you paste that into wherever you're setting it. No, that's not it. Grok insists that it exists on the left. On what? Mine's on the right. But is that what you're looking for? This? These conditions? This is where they would show up. You like you'll probably notice what I did was I clicked something else and I clicked back. That's just to get this list to refresh. So maybe you have to do that. Go to your scene and just click something else and then click back. And then this should show up. You don't have it. Well, I don't know what to say. If you type something into condition here, it should just show up there. But this is only, you don't even need to do this. I know the tutorials that they have on Godot say to like get the value from here. It's just parameters slash conditions and then slash the name of whatever you typed. You don't have to like go to the inspector to do this. You can just set it through code. You don't have to click on that. It's also possible that it matters based on which root node you have. So if your root node is not a state machine, I don't think this shows up. So what you would have to do is do like, I don't even know. I actually don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know. Here's the thing. Like I said, avoid all this. Like, don't use... use automatic transitions. Okay, first of all, here's the thing you need to know. That transition will only activate if it's auto. Here's the thing. If this is enabled or disabled, setting this condition won't do anything. It has to be on auto, and then you set the condition. Godot really needs to make these two things disappear from the UI if you don't have auto selected. So it's really obvious that this will do nothing, because it will do nothing. Don't use auto. Only use it, like in my case, where I have an auto on end. That's like the only time you want an auto. Auto at the end or auto sync. Never do an auto immediate. Never type conditions or expressions. Just call travel in your own code. Don't use the animation state stuff. It sucks. It's awful. It's really annoying because then you have to manage state in two places, right? Here's the other dumb thing. You can't say not is running. That's not a condition. That's an expression. This doesn't exist on my screen. Danilin, forget about it. Don't use it. I'm telling you, don't use it. It's a waste of your time. It's gonna have bugs that you're not gonna be able to figure out because it's bad. Spoiler alert, the animation state machine is bad. It only should be used for this pathfinding thing. If I'm on run and I want to do an attack, boom boom, right? That's it. And then it goes back to idle, right? Like I said, automatic at end, that's fine. Don't use auto, don't use condition, don't use expression. Don't do any of that. You're gonna go crazy. See, this is impossible. I'm being trolled. Don't use it. Just say, yeah, it's broken, it's bad, and don't use it. Just call travel. Now, if you ever find yourself in a position where you want to know what your current node is, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Because I'll tell you right now, getting the current node is also inconsistent. If you have some kind of state where like you want to change where you're traveling midway depending on your current node, it's going to be weird. Or let's say, here's the example I had for one of the weapons. If I'm traveling to like a reload and I click fire, I want to like stop the reload and go to something else. Like that's a specific thing. I want to know where I am going. You have to save that yourself. Animation state does save it, but it doesn't give you the value for some reason. Or actually, maybe it does. I can't remember. Maybe it does. I don't know. Something was weird about it. Be aware of that. Yeah, I'm totally serious. Don't use auto. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, then you're fine. Don't use auto. Only use it if you're going to use at end. Never, ever, ever type anything into expression or condition. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Never. Don't do it. Just call travel. Just say travel to run, travel to attack, travel to idle. Just do it yourself. I'll show you one thing right now. I'll just like, maybe if you're not certain that like, okay, but like it's gonna be harder because I have something really complicated. Nope. Let's look at the revolver. I mean, first of all, am I insane? Look at how many animations I have for the revolver. All right, that's crazy. I kind of forgot about that. Revolver. That's data. I want the revolver scene. Animation tree. All right. I think you've seen this before. I think you know how crazy this is. How do I... Like, I can't even zoom out, apparently. I don't know how to zoom out. No conditions anywhere here. I'm telling, no conditions, no expressions. The only time I'm using auto is this auto at end. That's fine. Like I said, you can do that. Auto at end. No expressions. Actually, apparently I do have an expression, just to forget that. Don't use it. Don't use it. You can get away without it. Apparently I had one need on the one that I actually had clicked, apparently. I don't know. But you can avoid it, I'm sure. Additionally, I should mention, I have made changes to the animation state machine. I don't know anything you're talking about. All right, whatever. I have made changes to the animation state machine, so mine behaves differently. So, you know, don't count on, you know, just ignore the fact that I have that written there, because it probably actually doesn't do anything. In fact, it might even just be leftover. That might even literally not check. You said run to. I'm saying just call travel. Just call travel. Where is it? Travel. Animation state dot travel. Dot start. Just call travel. Well, now time I bid you guys good night. Good night, Arwen. I need my brain for the morning, as always. And I have some, like I said here, I'm tracking the target that I'm going to. I'm also tracking if I'm traveling. I've attached signals to this so that I know when it's done. Animation started. Like, I have extra stuff on top of this to make it easier for me to use it. But, like, doing this stuff manually is way better than, like, hoping that the animation state machine is going to behave how you think it should be behaving. Like, literally, the only reliable thing with auto is auto at end. As soon as you do anything more, it's like auto condition, right? Auto expression. It's just not. It's frustrating, to say the least. It was very frustrating for me. Okay, have I done anything in like the last 10 minutes now? Oh boy. Alright, but I think I'm kind of wrapping it up, honestly. This was good stuff. Shit, because the next thing that I'd be doing is going back to this guy and figuring out, why is he doing the things that he's doing. I was even looking at his actions, and I felt like the actions were kind of calling just wrong. They didn't seem right to me. That was a crazy stutter. What was that? Open the log, please. So he's doing investigate, navigate. Attack, navigate, 49. Why not add an FPS counter? Great idea. Actually, great idea. I can do that now. I've been putting that off. I can do that now. It's going to be in player UI for sure. HUD. FPS. I want to put it somewhere where it's not going to block my head, or my camera's not going to block it. Also, generally, I think it's really smart when games leave a particular corner of the screen with no information or very non-important information, just so that, like, if people want to play the game and record a face cam, they have a nice, obvious corner they can just sit in without covering something important. What'd I do? I was thinking probably score container. Yeah, let me, like, let's say duplicate and put this inside of here. Oh, wait, what? Okay, wait. Copy that. Paste. Delete all that. Put this inside of that. And then... Oh, actually, I think what I see... yeah. Undo. Put that back. I'm just going to verify that it's... Okay. I want to have... just like a full, like a debug bar. This is literally just copying what Overwatch does, but I think they do a good job at it. This will be a HBox container. A debug bar will be at the top. Should only have one line between idle and run. There should be a line in the directions that you want travel to happen. So if you never want them to go from running to idling, then you would not have a line. But I'm sure you probably do, so you want a line. Why is it like this? Okay, right, so I need a control node. This will be actually Yeah, I'll call this debug bar position. It will be layout using. Okay, I don't get that. All right, let me make a new margin container. Inner margins. $20 on everything. Okay. Throw it in there. And this will be 20 on everything. This will be 0 on everything. Okay. So the just to say it, the idea with this outer one having margins is it's a very common thing on televisions, at least, that you want to add some inside safe boundary, which effectively just becomes the margin for your like HUD. So that's why I have this as a margin container on the outside. But then I want at least 20 pixels on the inside. And then the debug bar vertical is going to be yeah, it'll just be vertical and collapse as much as it can. This is BS, doesn't work. Keep switching the image instead of just playing it. Then you have auto turned on. So turn off auto. If they're green, they're on auto mode. Hey, Hack the Doc. How's it going before going to bed? It's going over for me. I got I get text log working nicely with the input and stuff. So I can like click and select text. It doesn't yet allow me to select multiple lines. I'll have to figure that out in the future. That's like a hard problem, honestly. But I can click back in. I can do this. I can click over here and I can still walk around without typing. Just mostly input stuff with that. Still pretty good. Yeah. Thanks. No, I'm just adding an FPS counter. Yeah. Let's call it item, because I might have more than one of these. If I did 20. Okay, then it makes it 20. Label. Alright, cool. Label value. Oh, and this needs to be HBox. Alright, can I make these have some background? I mean, I guess I don't. Yeah, I don't. I would use a color rectangle for that. There we go. Text, name, value. And then I think I would just have another margin inside of this. Margin. Sure. All right. Cool. And then the classic where I have it as a unique name so I can grab it and delete it later. And I think this is spacing, separation. Eight, 7. Okay, and then I gotta get the font. System font. Do that one. Career. And because I know I was going to do this, I'm going to set it to disabled. Actually, I guess I'll set it to auto and see what it picks. Because the font size will change. I can go down to 16. I know the gap might be too much. Also, can I actually copy this? Because I kind of want to do that. Copy. And then I can paste reference. Okay, I want to paste reference. Please, let me paste reference. I guess paste is what I do. Yeah. Not paste reference. Alright. The margins, I think I can probably just not do those. I'll do one at the bottom. For now, I'll leave it both on 1. In fact, I'll actually do 2. And then I'll need to figure out something for that. Something for this later. Because I know the score is going to change, the health bar is going to go away, so... I mean, this corner might even have nothing in it in the future. So it might be just totally fine to be up there. I just feel like for now it's kind of overlapping, which is why I kind of am skeptical about it. Alright, anyway, debug bar. We have an item. Can I make this have a border? I can make the item have a border. Let's make this be zeros. This could have a border, right? Oh, this doesn't do it. This just doesn't have that. What background? Color right isn't even an option. Okay. Okay, so I will. Actually, what do I do? But I just say like panel? Because I need like lines around it. I need edges. Okay, so we'll do everything. Style. Panel. Border. Border width. So let's do right. Cool. But I don't want this curve thing. I'm going insane. Yeah. It happens. Yes, like that color. I like that color. Can I have this like not selected and still be editing it? That's like really annoying. Can I not show what I have selected? No, you can't. Wow, crazy. I can't not put a border around it. So I guess I'll just zoom in. Background color. I want solid black. Let's actually do like a slight blue color. That's too light. And this is too blue. Okay. No corner detail. Two pixels. Make this brighter. And then I can say the margin. Let's put the right margin. 2 more pixels. Because that border intrudes on it. You know, let me throw in another one. Call it separator. Literally just be that. Maybe I make it that. Yeah. Okay. And then you know what? Let me do I don't think I've changed anything here. I have made it shrink, begin, and end. So I will do yeah, let me do this. Don't do that. Debug bar. Items. Debug bar items. Just item. And then I wanted to do another panel inside of this one where this will shrink, begin, and end. Just shrink, begin. And then panel container will have this background, no background, and it will just have borders. Can I make this have like a negative top margin actually? Oh man. I think I said like a half hour ago I was wrapping it up. That's funny. Yeah, so I can go negative. Don't? Okay. Yeah, I want each panel to be able to set its own color actually. I would kind of prefer on that. But then I did want the borders around it. And the reason I wanted separate borders is because I want those borders to be the same color as that background, but a little bit darker. Like the default background. So this color. we go. Darker and fully transparent. Maybe just the same color, actually. Just fully transparent. Well, that... Drag this up. I will make them slightly transparent, actually. What is blend? Border will fade into the background color. Okay. Alright. And then I think I need... This margin probably needs to jump up a little bit. Well, no, it can't. This one needs to go up a little bit. The bottom should go up one. The left should go up one. All right, cool. And maybe that left border is too much. Man, I wish I could see it. I'll make it bright, I guess, and then make it 128. So it doesn't actually look so dark. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna copy this border color. Okay, there we go. No, this needs to be a bright color. Never mind, this definitely needs to be a bright color. Bring it back. We'll just make it less. Yeah, that has to be a bright color because this is separating like text of the same color, possibly the same background. So, all right. Now I've got all that crazy stuff, crazy stuff there. I need to set this up. Debug bar items when we're ready. If we're not engine editor. Actually, if engine, if is editor hint. Okay. Reset call deferred. And I need to probably grab this before I do that. Dude, what are you barking at? It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. Okay. 1 second. Dude. okay. Attack him. He was just straight up looking at me while barking, so. Debug item base will be a margin container. Debug bar item. And then I will duplicate. And then I it's funny. It's okay. How did I do this? Why did I forget? I don't know. Right, I think I copy this and then I go through every item in this list and I just delete them. So for child in debug bar items, get children, don't make that mistake again. Child queue free. All right. So I do reset call deferred, which just does that. But now what I want to do is I want to set up some the way I want this to work is that each one of these items can have like a mini script or something attached to it that basically just gets a process update and it can update its value. That's my idea, at least. Or maybe I just put this on its own scene and I don't do it this way. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put this on its own scene. Well, no, I don't need to do that. I just need the script. And then the script I can attach a script to this when I add it. How will I do that? I guess it would just go under HUD and then like debug for HUD, right? Well, I have UI debug log HUD debug. This is just crazy. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I honestly don't know. All right, here's what I am actually going to do. I'm going to do it right now. HUD should literally just be in UI. This should just... I can't move it yet. I will move it after I do a commit where I add all the stuff I'm going to add. But for now, I'm just going to add a folder here called HUD. And I'm not going to move that in there either yet, but I will move it in there later because I've already made changes to it. So I'm going to create a folder called debug. Maybe I'll just call it debug item. And then add a new script. It's going to be FPS counter. It will inherit control. Okay. All it's going to do is it's going to have a ready. It's going to actually let me make a script that's like the base item. How did I do this with up here? I made a goal script and then I have goal here. Let me do it like that. So a script, debug item, extends control, name. Okay, I guess I can't do that. Label name. It's a label. Label value. And then I will do ready. Get node. Hierarchy is margin, text, name. Margin, text, value. That's all we do. And then I will say I'll do an int value. And it will just do nibble val text equals I think it's like, how do I do zero padding? I want to do zero padding. Or actually, I want to do space padding. Did I leave this open? Format strings, nice. Decimal value will be floored. Padding 10. 5 leading spaces. And if I wanted zeros, I'll do 0. Why is, oh, for a total length of 10. Okay. So I would do 3D. Yeah. Right. And for now, that's all I got. For now, that's literally all I got. And, yeah, I don't see a reason not just update it every frame. I don't see a reason. Well, maybe that would be like too crazy. Whatever. HUD. Debug bar item. No ready. I'll just do process. Probably ignore the delta. There is a way to get the get frames per second. Returns the average frames rendered every second. Okay. And I'll just trust that this is working. I will floor it. Flooring is the nice way to print it. All right. So now on the HUD, I want to do I'll do a method here. Debug add FPS. And just call it. Because my idea is this will be like a setting thing. So I can like toggle something on and I would read that here. Or like in a process I would read it. But for now, it's just going to be one thing I always wanted, so. Debug add FPS. So we're going to make a new item. Will be a control. It will be debug item base, duplicate, script. All right, how do I do this? Attaches a script to the object and instantiates it. As a result, the script's init is called. Okay, so I guess I'll just do... I could even do preloads up here. So yeah, let me preload these scripts here. Sure. And this is a something, I don't even know. Set script, and then I guess I just add it. All right, what happens? It should just be there. I should have an FPS counter that's updating. Nice. It is updating like every second though, which is kind of sad. I can track it myself. How do I do FPS tracking? You know what? For now it's fine. It's actually just fine for now. My bad. Nope. I've been needing it, and now it's there. Well, it seems like the bottom border is definitely like more than... Okay, if I full screen it, then it looks fine. And those numbers look about correct. I know I could do max frame rates at low screen, then when I do full screen, the terrain gets crazy, but if I look up, it should go like 300. Nope. 165. I guess it's capped. Check your OBS frames. My monitor refreshes at 165, so it's just capping it to my monitor's refresh rate right now. But normally I would look up and get like 400 or 300 frames per second. Alright, cool. This is slowly becoming a game, right? Slowly becoming an application. Alright. Check it, but that I didn't leave anything here that I actually wanted to get rid of. Probably too many extra lines there actually. So let me get rid of one of those. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 165. Yeah. This one is 165. This one is 60. The one that I use for games is higher. Although, I feel like maybe I got a bad one. Because at 165, dark colors smear pretty hard. There's really bad ghosting. It's only visual. It's not like literal ghosting at like a software level. It's purely on hardware. So whenever I actually look at it, dark colors, if they move quick enough, they smear pretty bad. I don't know what to do about that. I think I just didn't get a very good monitor. Play competitive? Yeah. I do play Overwatch. Okay, debug item base, grab that to remove everything, and then I would add it back. Just instantiating it, set the script, add the child. And it was updating right too, so yeah. HUD, that parameter thing changed again. It's annoying. I can just go ahead and manually edit that. This is just AMD Linux thing. No, it's definitely the monitor. It's not software. Because I can record it. I can record that screen and I don't see any issue at all. But then when I'm playing, it's not always there. It's pretty much only there if, I don't know, maybe it's even just a temperature thing. Like the monitor, when the monitor's cold. It specifically has to be bright pixels next to very dark pixels. And you have to I have to move really quickly and then I can see it. I feel like I'm kind of used to it now because I definitely don't think that I notice it very much. All right. All these got nested. Cool. Not OLED. No. I don't think OLED has that issue, right? Pretty sure my monitor is not OLED. It's just a high refresh rate. I made it so it was about the same, or I got one that was about the same size as my other monitor, so that they're not, like, they can line up, but I didn't check that the screen dimensions were also the same, because it means that the edges don't line up. Like, technically the pixel density on this monitor is lower because the actual screen is larger. So like when I move my mouse left and right between screens, it moves like it moves a little bit. Which is not really a big deal. Okay. Add debug bar and FPS counter. God. Started a dynamic debug bar, which can have 1440p. Nope, it's 1080. They get really expensive when you start going to high refresh rate, high pixel size, or high pixel count. Like, it's like exponential how much more it starts costing. Start a dynamic debug bar, which can have various items added with custom scripts, updates, values. Added FPS counter as the first item. And then I need to reorganize this stuff. So this script is going to go into here. Delete that folder. Then this is going to go into here. And that's all I really needed. Okay. There should be a lot of changes there. All the UUIDs, or the UIDs didn't change. UUID. 1U didn't change, but the paths should change. Rename window changes, and these were just updating the path. Cool. My opinion for playing single player, at least for me, 60, 4K is what to pick. Yeah. Pretty much all the games that I actually play are also multiplayer. I mean, yeah, I play like FPS games. That's what I really like. The multiplayer ones too. Maybe I'll like actually just commit to having the game multiplayer on release. If Ryan starts helping me with it more, me and him are going to be playing it together. I'm also still running on like, compared to modern GPUs, it is old, but it still is really good. But it already struggles with more modern games to stay at a high refresh rate. So if I like made my monitor larger, I would have to upgrade the GPU. Overwatch doesn't always run at my monitor's refresh rate. Sometimes it goes underneath it. Right. Good to go. 1080 Ti is dead. All right. Okay, cool. And I'm going to wrap it up now. So I got the text log pretty much done. All the input stuff operates as I want it to. Very intuitive, I think. I can type into it. That's pretty much it. I can technically copy lines if I really wanted to, but it's kind of useless because I can only copy one line at a time. And if I really wanted to, I would just open the output and copy it from there. Right, this is way better to copy from. And now I have an FPS counter in the game, so I can actually see it. Why am I focused here? Also, this thing keeps going away. I want those two things to show up. Yeah, see here it says the frame is like 200. Looking up, yeah, I hit like 500. This isn't full screen either, so it's a little bit higher. But yeah, it seems like it's capped, or maybe it's on VSync. Maybe it's on VSync. Maybe that's why it doesn't go over. And a command to cut your health in half. I probably need to add a command to spawn a zombie in front of me. That would be a good one to have. Okay. I'm not going to mess around with that too much, though. That's just kind of nonsense, honestly. It's like easy, trivial stuff, but it's not really adding anything to the game. And until I really have a need to like start spawning zombies in front of me, then like in specific locations, then I won't add it until then. Okay. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow to hopefully finally tackle this guy's AI and get him better. Just more. Alright, goodbye. Good night.